Give me a minute. Hey, Mystic. You're here early. I'm 1 minute late. I am I? I didn't know there was a schedule. There's a couple things I want to get done today. I also have a bit of a headache. I wanted to develop the weapons a little more, so I could have like special attacks with cooldown. So if we had like a melee weapon, maybe you'd swing it normally, but then if you right click and it's off cooldown, you do like a couple of hits that multi-hit, for example. How do you stay focused with coding every day? You code every day, but you get distracted sometimes. ADHD? I don't know. I have a Trello board, so that's what I'm doing these days, at least. I have a list of tasks that I want to get done, and ticking them off is satisfying. If I leave any undone, it's kind of annoying. I feel like once I get into it, I could do it for like hours and hours and hours, but maybe sometimes getting started is a bit of a hassle. It's also right now I just feel like it's something I should do to feel accomplished. I have a bit of a headache today. I've already gone to the gym, but I feel like I've kind of fucked around, so doing something like this makes me feel like I've accomplished something with my day, I guess. Anyway, bit of a sad outlook on it maybe, I don't know. This is looking good so far. Anyway, I had a number of things I want to get done. I want to look into weapon specs, so like if there's a melee weapon you multi-hit with it, or a revolver, maybe you right click with the revolver and it does like, what's the word? I can't remember what it's called. You shoot loads of times and it's a little inaccurate. You like manually fan the hammer. I guess it's fanning the hammer. Something like a shotgun would be fun as well, to like... and having like shotgun bullets ricochet off walls might be interesting, so just bullet ricochet. Maybe I'll add that as a note. But the first thing I want to start with is asynchronously loading the level. Right now, it's done synchronously, so the UI gets frozen while it's generating. I asked Donut about this, and he said it's actually quite easy. You can just use STD async, handles like everything for you. It's actually quite nice. It's actually a bit like how you use it in Swift. It just kind of works, hopefully, apparently. You define a future and then you wait for it. So that's the first thing I'm going to start doing. It does mean things are going to have to change, because right now, when the level is generated, the game assumes that it's just going to immediately happen. We're going to have to change that, so you await on it. Where to start game? Game start. I guess it's in Systems Manager. How are you guys? So right now when the game starts, we create a level generator, and then we synchronously generate the level. That means in between line, 299 and 301, the map is generated entirely. And then we spawn enemies, player, and cursor. So actually this is going to be a little easier than I thought. I'm actually quite happy that I thought ahead with this. We can use... I might need to include STD feature here. We want to generate a map. Generate level with all this stuff. And we'll want to use STD async with... Okay, this is the bit, this is like the magic bit that I didn't know about. STD launch async. I think this handles all the spin up for you, which is kind of cool. I've not used this API before. Holy shit, is this Marissa Still the Precious Thing Rock Me remake? Okay, and then within here is our asynchronous code. So yeah, we can pass in, is this count as context? That's kind of weird. We want to return a map, and then in here we'll need to do an STD copy at some point, so we are, or STD move. We can't create an entire map and then copying it over, that would be stupid. Yeah, you can't really pop this in the Lambda, I don't know how that necessarily works. I guess we'll have to... Oh, we'll just get the settings here. Actually, hang on, the settings are just in registry context, so we can just get them in here, that's fine. Yeah, we don't need to do that, we just need to pass in our context like so. And we want to return that. So that's actually quite an easy API. Is there a way to put this on a new line? Maybe. Let's see. So you call std async. The first line here is the policy. Apparently. Launch policy. Okay, fine. And then you can await on that. Oh, then you call that. So that's set up what will happen when we want to trigger it. I'm gonna turn my music a little bit. This is fun. So after this, we want to await for it. He's recommended we put it in tick, which I think is fine. It's called... We want to have our future, and we call wait for, apparently. So this is, I guess, some version of await. I don't know what this is yet. I need to decode this. And then you are waiting on... Oh, I guess you can maybe add a delay before you check. And you are waiting for ready. And whenever that is finished, then map is... Oh, we've got the map there. We just need to place it in the this. Something like that. .get. And I'm guessing that if there is an error thrown, or not guessing, I was told that if there's an error thrown, you're actually told here on this status. So I could also check for errors. That being said, we don't currently have any errors in our level generation, so that's fine. That's actually a lie. We chatted about it. I think the crashes I was saying when the level gets too big. Then I suggested, you know, he said, like, are you doing recursion? Which I am when I'm flood filling, and we did see the crash on flood fill. So he said it could just be that the stack is full, which is pretty valid. We're generating a level with 1 trillion tiles in it. Yeah. There's a lot of function calls on the stack. So just switching that function, trying to convert some of our recursion to iterative, I guess. Could be something to do. I'm sure that shouldn't be too hard. Because it's all deterministic, right? We know how many... Our main level generation is iterative. So when we're doing our flood fill, we know exactly how many times we need to iterate. Just doing a big for loop over all the tiles could do the same sort of thing as the flood fill. Doesn't really matter how long it takes in this sense. Now it's being done on a side thread. We can just show a loading bar. If it takes 1 second to generate the level instead of 50 milliseconds, I don't care. In this case, stability matters a lot more than time, because time is still within reason, I think. Anyway, we can gut this stuff. And then we put this stuff in here. I want that to be a reference. Easy enough, right? At the moment the characters spawn, the game basically starts. Between these 2 points, we could basically do an fmt println and say level gen start. And then we could say level gen finish. If you want, you could even put in the time, so you could see how long it took. There's like system time millis, right? There's like system time? How do you get time in this language? I know every other language. C++ current time millis. How do you get the current timestamps? Standard chrono time? System clock now. Millis since epoch. Since 11 used STD chrono. STD chrono system clock now. Okay, we can just use time since epoch, that's fine. Let's see, const auto start level gen start time equals standard chrono system clock. Now. That's the time in what? Current system time. In what format? A time point. As duration. Maybe that's fine. Level gen end time. And then what we can do and then we can pass in end time minus start time? I don't know, there might be a nicer way to do that. What does that give us? Const auto level gen duration equals... I think I'll need to cast those to duration. I saw there was a function in there. Type E. STD, let's just Google this. C++ calculate time between 2 STD chrono system times. How do you get the time between 2 points in milliseconds? Well, I think these are both time points, right? Yeah. Standard. Oh, it's chrono duration cast in milliseconds. That could work. Duration is 2 template parameters, the second being exactly the unit of measure. Okay, this is nice. So you can say STD chrono duration cast to milliseconds, let's say. STD chrono milliseconds. And then my calculation. And then this is now a duration. Dot count. Okay, the actual number of milliseconds is this. So I kind of doubt this will just work, because this needs to be in tick, yeah. Okay, I'll just need to say... I need to have a bool somewhere, basically. Game Systems Manager, Game Start. Maybe in the registry? I guess this launch function is the one that's actually kicking off the generation. So, can I put this in the registry? Map. STD future map. Look into context, I mean. What's a nice way to do this? I could have a structure. I could just put it in a struct. If I make some struct called like generate level. level generation, async, async, async level generator, and we'll put in this std future map, and we'll put in a bool waiting. That's okay. We could even just remove it from. We could just have it in. Waiting. I don't know how smart this is with all the copying and whatnot. Could just put the std future directly in there. Let's think about. We'll want something like registry context in place. Something like that. And then in tick, I'll have to check to see if this has value, and if so, wait upon it. Level gen start time. Oh, you know what? Let's use a struct so we can keep track of this stuff. What are you? Do your time point? Time point of what? Piston clock. Standard chrono, sure. Demo 1. Something like that. This in the header. This might work now. This weird. Okay. Then we remove the this. That might work now. And if this works, then I'm actually really happy with how this language handles async. What's wrong? Oh. Fingers crossed, right? My first time trying something like this. Ah. That's weird. Access violation. That's weird. Alright, I might need some help with this then. Possible I'm doing stuff in that thread that I shouldn't be. Kinda don't want to deal with this right now. I was kind of hoping it might just be a drop-in replacement, but that's okay. I could have a quick look and see what could be going on. Like if I remove this, does it still work? Is the problem just that I'm kicking off an asynchronous task? I'll also check my DMs and see, maybe you mentioned something. I know I'm certainly not doing an STD move here. Okay, it seems to just be the calling. Let me check. Is it placing it in the registry? No, that shouldn't matter. This looks normal to me. So I'll be honest, I don't know what is going wrong. This part... Okay, I guess... Copy a lesion? I guess whatever's generated here is considered temporary. Maybe they handle with copying key. Maybe .get is an STD move. Oh. Okay, fair. It already gives you that. Fine. Easy enough. gonna Google it very quickly to see if it's something I can just solve. I'm not really sure. I guess I could try just calling an empty future and just see if that's... if it's just the problem that I'm using async at all, and not necessarily because I'm doing stuff within. So we just do something like this. Instead of doing stuff in there, we just do so is it just the case that I am waiting on any asynchronous task? Okay, this is a different error. But the systems are obviously thinking that maps should exist. Now that's because in here... okay, it must be something wrong we're doing in async, by the way. What we should do is... load play systems probably should only happen afterwards. We'll do all this stuff as well. All of this stuff can go in there. Does the level generator rely on any systems? Shouldn't think so. Hey, Frank. Let's just move it all for now. Well, yeah. The numbers are on the screen. Yeah. How's the game going? I was experimenting with asynchronous. And that's causing problems. Okay, so this stuff should happen beforehand. Do I think about AI? We need to be more specific. I think it will replace developers. Probably not. There's a suspicious question from someone called Android, yeah. Alright, so just kicking off the async task is not crashing anything. If we look in our terminal somewhere, we should be getting a printout, I think. I guess we're not awaiting on it. Here we go, level gen. So I was spamming some stuff. And that wasn't causing a problem. So I guess completed never happens, right? So it's not the kicking off of an async task that's causing problems. It's something in the level generator. So if I just put a breakpoint in here, for example, we can see if it even gets kicked off. Okay. Curious what developers think about this. Okay, we found the problem, maybe. It's a complicated issue, and I've talked about it a lot. I don't know if you want a nuanced answer or a simple answer. I'm also kind of sick of talking about it. Alright, generate spawn room is causing problems. Weirdly. Oh. I think the short answer is no, it probably won't replace developers. The job title might change a little bit, but with the massive amounts of computational power they've got right now, they've still only got like a sort of barely functioning product. And it apparently costs more, if not at least the same as a developer. So if I was a company investing in someone, I would rather have a person that I can train and have specialized knowledge in a field rather than rely on some American multi-billion-dollar corporation that funds drone strikes in the Middle East. What do you think about it? I don't know if funding America's war machine by replacing all the developers is what Europe wants to do. But maybe that's my silly thoughts. I think brain atrophy is a real thing, and people will start to see it sooner or later as the quality of production goes down, and then those of us that have continued to maintain a functioning brain will be in high demand, so I'm trying not to think too doom and gloom. It's really easy to just say I'll be on the streets, and if I'm on the streets, I'll just have to find a different job. You know, life moves on, I guess. Sucks. I'll just have to do it as a hobby. But no, as it is now, it seems like the machines are very good at like certain things, like pattern recognition. They're not so good at creative tasks because they literally can't do that. That's not how LLMs work. Neural networks don't create anything, so any job that requires nuance will still need a person, and those people need to be trained, so they'll still need to be juniors. So, I don't know. The job of monkey typing away might decrease a little bit, but as it is, the AI still needs to be babied quite a lot to avoid it producing an enormous amount of bloat. We're seeing a lot of these like vibe-coded code bases that are like fucking huge, and they produce very little value. And that's because they're made without much guidance. IMO, like I can type as fast as I can think. For the most case, it's the thinking that's the bottleneck. So the typing out code bit I don't really care about, and the thinking bit is the bit I like doing. So I don't know. Ask me if you think the logic and code remain the same. I think you need to know how a tool works to use it properly. Otherwise, you're going to start pointing an electric screwdriver at your face and wondering why it hurts. Usually it's a good idea to know why the screwdriver's turning and what you're doing with it, than just to start pulling triggers and let it go wild. So even if it's a tool that speeds things up, you think you still need to know how it works to be able to guide it. Otherwise, you're just sitting there hitting accept over and over and over again like a monkey playing Osu on the little, touching the glowing lights. I don't think that as a career will last too long. But the job where you think, what the fuck is it doing, and then hit decline is the valuable job. That's my positive thought for the future. The other thought is maybe we'll die in nuclear Armageddon in a year, so who cares? What side do you want to be on? I went to the gym earlier. That was nice. Lifted some weights, got these big muscles growing. Maybe fight someone in the street for a piece of bread in a year. What's going wrong in Generate Spawn Room? Tell me. We're about to work out if there was something horribly wrong with my program. Map.setTile. Hello. Stack around the variable blah 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 was corrupted. So there's something wrong with what I'm doing in here. Why? I'm constructing a new map and then putting stuff in it. Or is the problem on floor coordinates? Or is it with settings? Shouldn't be with settings, right? Randomized tile. Couldn't be any of you, right? W gym chat. I wouldn't say so. I've had very little growth in the last 3-4 months, but you know, I'm still going. That's what matters most, right? I've actually been stepping the weights down a bit because I realized I wasn't doing my reps properly, so that's a real moment. Now I'm trying to fucking debug some async code, which is kind of fun. Alright, so it's not this problem, it's something in the set tile function, maybe. What do I watch on YouTube these days? Let's see. YouTube thinks I watch this... YouTube thinks I'm on this platform watching videos like 8 hours a day. It's because I've been using it as a fucking MP3 player for the last like 2 decades. It's insane. Let's see. My watch history. If I can load it. I can't load it. History. Toho. Let's see. I watched a bunch of videos about Apex. I watched about 30 minutes of a video about hardcore Terraria 30x spawn rates. I watched a video by JavidX9. I watched some HoloLive highlight. I watched ZFG for 3 hours play Ocarina of Time. I watched Library of Laterno, Tomodachi Life highlight. I watched Northern Lion, soundtrack. Jake, who left Linus Tech Tips, building a farm. I watched a video about the new Apex Legend, another HoloLive highlight, a video by Matt KC about a 3x2 monitor, Library of Laterno. It's a lot of Northern Lion and music, basically. And then a couple of tech videos. And I scroll for a while and it's just music. A lot of music, fucking hell. Neryl's video on Kero Quest 64, Unsettled RuneScape video. A video about why you should tap your horse with a pool noodle. Okay. Great video. Music, Apex, Library of Laterno. 2 minutes of a video about Lycan, which might have been in your feed as well. Some Pokemon video. Yeah, no, that sort of thing. Hey, Donut. Hey, Donut. I'm debugging async. I was trying to see if it would just work, but there seems to be a problem. Luckily, it seems to be something I can actually debug. Because at first it was just like some error about like corrupted memory or something, and I was like, fuck. But then I tucked a breakpoint in and I can actually see that it comes down to something in here. I'm in the middle of it, basically. I'm basically about to find out that I've been copying or referencing something that synchronously wasn't causing a problem, but now we're doing it on another thread. It could be causing like a lock issue or something. I don't know. I haven't debugged async in C++ before, so my knowledge of this domain is limited to other languages, which do things slightly differently, but I'm sure the ideas are the same, right? I'm wondering if it's this callback. We're copying in some callback. Not right into the same map that the game is using, is it? The game doesn't have a map right now. So maybe, actually, we can look at this together, perhaps. I've basically just started the stream. I've not done anything too fancy yet. Tomorrow's your university end semester exams. Good luck, buddy. Hope it goes well. Use Brave these days. You should use Firefox. Or one of the off-spins, like Libra Wolf, or whatever the fuck people are using. I would not recommend Brave. Because it's still a Chromium-based browser, right? Or is it not? Brave is Chromium, right? Brave is Chromium, yeah. I mean, not like Firefox isn't being paid for by Google, but yeah. Firefox. I recommend Firefox. And if you can't be asked to turn off all the bullshit that they're forced to do by investors, you can use LibreWolf or one of the forks. And then you'll just be behind on the odd update. Who cares? Sorry, let me show you what I've done. So, Systems Manager. When I kick off the game, I quite literally just call std async I pass in, what was this called again? My policy is async, and within there, I pass in everything above as context. I say that the lambda within will return a map, and then this basically works as usual. You already see something. Oh yeah. You're seeing waifu. Oh yeah, the game crashed. We're working on I drew this, by the way. Isn't it good? Capturing by reference is dangerous when it comes to threads. Okay, I might not even need that anymore. Okay, that's really good advice. Hang on. Let's have a look. I was working, chat, on moving my level generation code to run asynchronously so the UI doesn't freeze. That's mostly it. Right now when you hit generate, the game like freezes for like half a second, and I hate that. So I'm moving things to a separate thread, however it wants to work under the hood. I don't care. So I can eventually have like a loading bar or something. Once you escape the abomination that is YouTube ads. Firefox with uBlock Origin, chat. It's always worked, and it always will, and if it stops working, you use the user agent switcher to pretend you're on Chrome, which seems to work pretty well as well. All you need is the level generator settings. You can copy that to the lambda. Well, that's the registry context level generator settings. Yeah, okay, I can do that. Let's see. I'll just pass in settings, and I will say copy const auto settings equals no. Level generator to generate level. This stuff can be in there as well. That doesn't need to be passed in. And settings in this case will be ops const qualifier. If I only need this is fine. Generate level. You're looking for malleable settings. You shouldn't be changing it. Or have I misunderstood the const? Is it that the function generate level itself is const? No, it's not. It doesn't... It's a const reference. I think you should just take in a copy. You can just take in a... In which case, a const copy doesn't really make a lot of sense, huh? You could just take in a copy. It's a pretty small little struct. That's okay. And I won't be changing it during level generation. You can be static so it can't accidentally access stuff on the system. Maybe? Let's just do things one by one for now. It's a top-down 2D shooter. It won't work for now because I'm breaking the level generation as we speak. I'll show you in a moment. You're making a new level generator. Passport system. Yeah. The level generator doesn't need to be... Okay, that stopped that crash at least. Hang on. Maybe it'll just work? This is generating the spawn room, bit by bit. This is fun, right? Hang on. Let's just put some breakpoints down and iterate through them. It's okay. It's okay. Hang on. Pause. Was it just because I was passing in context as a ref to async? Oh! It works! Oh, and because you can see everything getting deleted for a second, which is exactly what I want. When you hit restart, I think it wipes the registry, so there's nothing on screen. It doesn't load the systems that rely on the map yet. So all the things like enemy system don't exist yet. It's just a blank nothing. Oh, that's beautiful. So look at this. It will break a little bit. If I try and generate a really big level, let's say max steps 2000. It takes a second, but it works. Do you see this delay here? I can still... Can I hit pause while it's loading? I can. That's funny. I can technically pause the game while it's generating a level. My mouse is still working, basically, is what I'm saying. Like, I can move the screen around. You can't see that because it's in OBS, but like, the game's not freezing. It's building the structure of the level of the systems yet. What are you talking about? The game. This is what we got now. But the bit that we were just doing. was to move the level generation code to be async. That's so fucking nice. If you missed the other stream, we added a sniper rifle and animated guns. If I zoom right in, you can see this lovely sniper rifle. And you can right-click to zoom around. And it shoots a big old bullet. And the rocket launcher, look at this animation, I'm so proud of this. Looks good, doesn't it? How am I generating the level? The TLDR is, I have a little Roomba, a little vacuum cleaner. It seems to be using the same RNG every time. I have a little guy running around the map, plopping floors down, occasionally generating rooms. We now have this tunnel system. So it periodically tries to tunnel out. And make like different spaghetti effects. I can show you in a moment. I've clearly just broken RNG. It seems to be making the exact same thing every time. The game timers and stuff running while it's generating. I don't remember. I don't remember how I'm calculating time. It's not done, interestingly. I would affect that whenever I want to actually make the timer work. Is it worth learning coding at a young age? Yeah. It's a hobby. I mean, computer science is a very deep field. It's a very big pool, but you still got to dip your toes in at some point, right? You can start swimming when you're like 8. Think of how good you'll be at swimming when you're like 20, if you've been doing it for 12 years. What color scheme is that? This is VS Code 2016 Dark. It's fine if you reload everything after the map is finished. Yeah, look, I'll show you. Okay, now that we're all talking. In tick. So I should say actually, I have this nice new struct I've made called Async Level Generator. It holds onto our future, and it holds onto the start time. It's just chrono system clock start time. When you run the level generator, it pops that future into the registry, and then every tick, I check to see if that exists in the registry, which is quick enough. I was thinking of just having a bool somewhere saying loading, but whatever. Don't know how heavy this is. You could sort in that time point to time type to standard chrono system clock time point. Okay. I'll do that in a moment. And in here, every tick in the system, if we're still waiting on the level generating, we use wait for. I'm guessing, Donut, that this milliseconds thing is like it's like a delay, or like how long we want to wait for. So we're checking if it's ready now. 0 milliseconds. Is it done now? If you put like 1,000 in, does it actually pause for a whole like second? Like, does it block the main thread if you put in a number? Anyway, we check to see if it's ready. Yeah, it kind of blocks otherwise. That's good to know. Especially if I wanted to do an inline. Earlier I wanted to check to see if just calling async was crashing. So I just made a future that printed when it was done. I could have then waited for that future underneath with a little delay of like 50 milliseconds, and it would have blocked the main thread for it to complete. Just to make sure it actually progresses. Yeah, we can block for 1 millisecond. See? We check to see if it's ready, and if it's ready, then this apparently .get from future already gives you a standard move, which is nice. So we move that into the registry as map, exactly as it worked before. We get the end time. Hey Bowser, thanks for the 95 months, dude. Cheers. We calculate how long it took. I don't think I've actually checked the printout yet to see if this works. I seem to have frozen something. VS Code hated that. There we go. Oh look, level gen finish in 2 seconds, 1 second. This is nice to see, right? So like the smallest level only takes 75 milliseconds, but the biggest one takes 3 seconds. Nice info, right? Once that's done, all of this code before, when it was synchronous, we did this beforehand because we knew that everything would run synchronously. But now we wait for the map to be completely loaded before we load our play systems. So that includes stuff like respawn, movement, physics, collision, enemies, AI, all that stuff. That happens after the map's been implanted because all of these systems rely on map existing. We spawn all our enemies in, spawn the player in, spawn the cursor in, and then we delete the level generator information. Seems to work. Huh? And then, you know, this no longer completes. Okay, you suggested that I can use a slight... I can use system clock time point. Something like this? Okay. Sure. Why not? The wait for is async. You're assuming you're referring that to another thread. No idea. I've never used STD Future this raw before. I was told that when you do... where is it? This bit of code here, standard launch async, apparently just does it for you. I thought to use async in C++, you had to like define like a thread pool, and you had to define how work was going to be distributed on those threads, or something like that. I thought it would be a bit more low level. But apparently there's just like a Swift style, just give me a task, run a task, that sort of thing. That's my vague understanding of my 2 minutes of working with it. Like, I've used async a shit ton on mobile. I used to do app development. Kotlin, Swift, Java, like Android, iOS, you use a lot of async. You know, anytime you're scrolling on your phone and it's fetching data off the web with a HTTP GET, you always do that on a background thread and then await. So this async stuff is not new to me, but using it in C++ is. So I'm trying to work out what parts of the two languages are similar. If that makes sense? I'm trying to connect the neurons in my brain. Like doing that stuff anyway. Sorry, Halo DF0. You got a big problem with learning. You got pre so much you get mentally blocked. Maybe you need smaller goals. I was mentioning earlier about how I have a Trello board with loads of like doable tasks. Saying I want to finish a game is a really stupid task, because how do you do that? Saying draw sprite of player shooting gun, that's like a very doable task. So like an important thing in learning is to try and give yourself very small doable goals, so your brain actually gives you like the chemicals it needs to continue. And if you're setting your own learning goals, you got to do that for yourself. When you're in like school or whatever, they give you homework to complete or an exam to finish. But if you're doing it yourself, you have to also come up with your own tasks. What are your thoughts on generating procedurally as you navigate further away? Not interested on that. The way I'm generating the level right now, I want to know it all in advance according to a set of rules. So I want it to all be done at the start. It makes a lot of things a lot easier. Procedurally generating the level as you move through doesn't really match what I'm looking for from gameplay. If you're having something like an infinite game like Minecraft, it obviously makes a lot of sense, but with a game like mine, where the level will have some objectives, a limited number of so-and-sos in it, it makes a lot of sense to generate it all in advance. Just take a second, show a loading screen, and then let the player run through it. For now, you know, if I ever add like a level at the end where it's like, you just want to play with your OP build on an infinite level, then certainly having like a massive level that just goes on forever could be cool. But that's feature creep right now. And you can do procedural generation for other stuff. Oh, like, I'm doing procedural, but you can have dynamic generation for other things. You can have like shaders, or you know, water shaders, or clouds, or patterns that are done procedurally as you go through. That's viable. You've convinced a friend of yours to learn coding with you, and you will make a simple tool that lets you add, remove, update, and read things in a SQL table. You'll use Rust. That sounds fun. I have no idea what it's like to build a SQL wrapper in Rust, but I'm sure it's doable. Yeah, maybe for later thing. I will say, all the hyphens and the dots, the ellipses or whatever you're typing, does make it a little hard to read your comments, because my brain sees the hyphen and pauses for a second. I don't know if it's just me. Anyway, easy game, right? happens even if you have no goal. You need to have goals, dude. Hey, Bowser. I think I'm doing alright. So, hi, Pills. I don't know if I said hello. Yeah. Let's see. I need to fix some things, first of all. I guess I want to, first of all, actually see if I even need this. I basically didn't want it just constantly setting the weapon. Actually, that seems to work just fine. Okay, nice. Okay, and I just want a button that says, like... Sorry, I'm just talking to myself. I added this thing the other day that lets me give the player a gun without having to recompile the entire game. So I am just going to add a new thing, which is a button to just reapply. Because when the game reloads, it doesn't give them his gun back, which may be desired. I'll just call the button. Give guns. Reapply guns. And that'll just be simply something like this. I'll just grab this code. So not this, not this, not this. Selected gun 0, slot 0. And selected gun 0 will be... Actually, I think that should work. Any progress on the double bullet spawning? No, I've not looked at it. I know it's probably like quite a bad thing, but I just haven't been asked. There you go. So now I can just press a button and it gets this gun immediately. Interestingly, it actually spawns it for the frame looking directly to the right. Just a handy little thing. It's nice to give yourself quality of life sometimes. You just spend like an hour every now and then to just improve your own quality of life. It helps a lot. Give ourselves a revolver. Yeah, that's nice. Anyway, I need to work out why the level isn't actually changing. See? If I hit generate, you can see it's generating the same one every time. And even if I generate like a really small one, or a really long one, it just doesn't seem to actually update it. Same seed. I don't know if it's the same seed, or if it's just not updating the map in the registry properly. Let's see. I haven't looked at it yet. Generate level. How is your RNG? Random engine is when level generator is constructed. So I should imagine that it should give you a different seed each time, unless the seed is based on some information in the thread. I think it is giving us a... I don't know if it is giving us a different seed. I think it is giving a different seed, because note this. If I look in the debug console, you can see that normally it takes about 150 mils to generate a level, right? Error in GL delete textures. Okay, great. If I make the level really big, it still pauses for the amount of time that it would take to generate that level. But you'll notice that we don't actually get that giant level. So I think perhaps the RNG is still busted, that's true. But it's not actually giving us the map we're looking for. So let's try and work out why. Let's see, tick. It's not the seed thing. I mean, we can print the seed thing, but that's not it. Hello, Kenna. You love the Minecraft beta series? Hell yeah. You're a third year CS student. You don't know what field to specialize in. Any recommendations? What do you enjoy doing? The LG delete textures thing is fixed. Oh, cool. What do you enjoy doing? I'd stick to that. That's what matters most, right? This is the bit that's concerning me. In place should replace what's there already if there's something there, right? Because we can see what we used to do before, right? We used to construct a new level generator, and place the generated level, and then do a bunch of crap. You think it doesn't, actually? Then how come this was working before? It might need in place or replace. Okay, that might be the case then. Weird that this was working before then, no? Because this used to generate a new level each time. Oh well, we can just try replace or in place, that might fix it. You can try and join my Discord. Okay, good luck. There's insert or assign, which I guess is the similar enough, right? Let's try it. Maybe I used to do blah 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 equals map.get. Look. Wait a minute. Oh, I directly assign it. I do equals curly braces. Yeah. Rather than in place. That's weird. Why did I do it like this? That would have the same effect, yeah. Yeah, let's see. Okay, that's fixed it. Generate the level as long as we want. Increase the distance, or not the distance, the max steps. Something like that. I should add a defaults button. Okay, this is kind of sick. The generate level button gets deleted while it's generating a level. I don't know why. I think it's because the map is deleted from the registry. It's a complete side effect. But I'm pretty sure the generate level button only appears if there's a map in the registry. If that's the case, then that's kind of sick. It stops you from accidentally calling generate level while there's a level being generated. Because there's currently nothing stopping that. I could have like a static ball generating or something. Hey, look at this, huge level. And the game doesn't freeze, like it just generates it. That's sick. I should come up with a loading bar of some kind, right? Cool, right? Like it just doesn't freeze. I can get on with my life. Nice. You like CS and the field seem fun. You're concerned about the job market. You'd love to work in finance or embedded. You don't know how safe they are. I'm in embedded, if that helps. I think embedded's sick. I'd recommend sticking to work that requires critical thought. Or is in a critical application, so finances might be a good one, because maybe they're less likely to want to leave literal money. A lot of people don't want to put their money where their mouth is, maybe in a few years. If it turns out that AI is wrong 10% of the time, it probably won't depend on it. Because in finance, things work on such thin margins. 10% chance of failure is enormous. Don't worry about learning it for the sake of work, it's the wrong reason to learn. I don't think it's a wrong reason to learn. I'd say, like, if you're already doing the degree, you've already shown passion for it, right? You didn't start your degree thinking, fuck, I hate programming, but the job market looks good. You must have thought, oh, programming's cool, and it just so happens to be a good field. I'd say that having a good education in computer science is still valid. Speaking as someone with that, you know, it's obviously a biased opinion. You should be doing because you enjoy it. If the world were perfect, we would only be doing stuff we enjoy. But if you do want to think critically about your career, I think that's valid as well. I'm like obsessed with programming, but I also appreciate that a lot of developers are just kind of in it so they can do their 9 to 5 and then check out, which is, I think, fine. I think you shouldn't look down on people necessarily because they're just doing it for financial reasons. They just might not get the same kick out of it, or they might get burned out sooner, or who knows. I think it's a nice field to be into because there's so much to be passionate about. There's so many subfields and it's good fun. You know, everyone's got to put money on the bread on the table, right? I would stick to improving yourself. AI can't take away your personal growth. You know? Keep yourself well educated. Don't let the bastards get you down. Okay. Render HUD system. Let's just do something pretty basic, right? Render HUD system is going to do a bunch of stuff. It's rendering all sorts of crap in the HUD. Main menu. I'm going to do this. You should be included by systems manager. Hang on a moment. Let's move it from systems manager to components, maybe. I think it's okay to have access to this in a number of places. And yeah, go on then. What's wrong? You should have access to map in here, no? Oh, maybe not. Maybe this is a bad spot to put in. Okay, let's pop you in map then, I guess. Maybe? Components. No, you have components. Yeah, What? Maybe just system? Level generator. What do you normally have access to? System, I guess. I kind of don't want to bloat this. You have access to context variables and components. It's really the map bit that's kind of annoying then, huh? I've had this issue before where I needed to access map stuff via components. I could make this a, just an async, like this, just I don't remember how you write this syntax, but I could just make it a generic. I don't know how that works with the context. This probably works just fine. Template. Is it type name T? Like that? And then instead of map, this would be async awaiter. Async await. Let's just call it async awaiter. Future holder? Future to await on? Await future? I don't know. Future time point? Yeah. Future with start time. I don't know. So we just have a future with start time. And then in here, registry contains future with start time for map. And blah, easy game, right? I think that's how that works. Instead of async level generator, you become future with start time of map. And I think that's it, right? That templates should be pretty easy, right? Just something like that. I might need to build it first for it to understand. Async queue? Async queue? Why would it be an async queue? There's no queuing. You're looking down on them, but imagine doing something you don't enjoy. I think like 2/3 of the population, or like 3/4 of the population, hate their jobs. It's nice to be able to do work that you enjoy, but it's unfortunately more of a... It's not a privilege, it's a... Well, it's a privilege, I guess, yeah. I would love to suggest that you only do what you enjoy, but then you might end up doing game development and you might make like 15 grand a year, where a normal career might have made you like 2 or 3 times that. We did just start streaming 69 minutes ago. It's already been 69. I think going for passion is as a job is always a tough one, right? Because inevitably, if your hobby becomes your job, then it is no longer your hobby. If that makes sense. When you go into it, market stuck, but you enjoy it. The thing you enjoy, a lot of fields seem really fun, so why not make money and something stable? Yeah, I think embedded and finance are fine. This involves programming. I like that my job involves programming too. I'd say that I've liked other jobs more or less. I liked my mobile dev job quite a lot because I was quite good at it, so I enjoyed that feeling of what's the word? Like it's, you know, you get a feeling from being an expert in something, or at least LARPing as an expert, or at least working on it. There's something nice about knowing a lot about a field and being able to apply yourself, right? But then also I like my current thing because I get to learn a lot about embedded in C++ and it's quite challenging. But then I get frustrated sometimes because it's something which I know I could do in my other fields, but I don't know how to do it in this new one. And then that learning experience is valuable, but it's kind of annoying. So, I don't know. I like programming too. Sorry, I've done something wrong here. Map is not a member of blah 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 map. Okay. Oh, it's not called map anymore, it's called future. That makes sense. And then that must be somewhere else I did. No, maybe just here. This is nice, so now we can use this. What else were you planning on generating async? Probably nothing, but I don't have map in components because then I get a circular reference. So to stop me from having to spend any more time on it than necessary, I'm just going to template this. And then, you know, if I wanted to, I could reuse this, fine. It's not a big deal. Maybe even Future already has a start time thing built into it. But yeah, it's basically just shorthand for I can't be asked. Dealing with circular references and working out, you know, I've got map in the component C++ because originally I'd put some stuff in here. Like, just fuck it. Fuck it all. Okay, if I'm in render HUD system, if there is a future with start time map, then I don't want to bother rendering cutscene data. Why is this still in here? I don't know. We don't need to render anything in the HUD, basically. And I think just returning easily... This should just give us a black screen, I'm hoping. Component could be in Systems Manager. It was in Systems Manager, but I didn't have Systems Manager access in here. I just couldn't be asked. Anyway, we don't get a black screen, per se. We get the WoHo shader, which is actually kind of sick. So, hang on a moment. Render gameplay background. Draw 2D background. Draw 2D worlds. Interesting. Maybe you don't exist as a system yet. What's the other render stuff? Render HUD? Render net. Hang on a hot minute. What was it? Oh, sorry, Load play systems. You have render gameplay's background system. Okay. What system I already have? All systems? Oh, we do have gameplay background systems. But then, maybe in display, we only call those if. Weird. I'm surprised this isn't breaking. I guess there's still a map from before that it's loaded. It's just showing you the old map, right? Hang on, let me hit a flow. You want to lap as an expert? Sell, learn coding in 90 days, no money back guarantee. That sounds great. Yeah, you know what? It's still rendering the old map, so we should make that crash. I think. Yeah. Hang on a moment. Let's make some things break. What am I holding on to? This. Hang on a hot minute. What was it? Yeah. Maybe I should have a systems that's like loading systems or something. Registry.clear. Should I be like doing registry.context.erase map? This should break stuff, and I want to see where. Because I don't really want remnants of the old map existing. So the first time should be fine. This should crash now. Crash? Crashed? And it should crash in the render gameplay background system. Banger. Alright, so let me think for a hot minute. I think I should have a separate render gameplay background. Yeah, this shouldn't exist in this system right now. So if we go to Systems Manager, do you also do the cool shader? Didn't it remove all the systems while generating? What do you think? That being said, I'm wondering if I should just leave this in place because I kind of like the menu shader, but maybe gameplay background and menu should be a different system. Anyway, we have our load, let's say pause systems, for example. What we could also have is load rendering, like load generate level systems, like load generating levels systems, in which case we don't need like any of this. We might want to make a new system for show, like render level generation system. Maybe that would be nice. Render menu background system. Hang on, you do exist. That's this thing. Okay, if I just leave that in place, I'll just delete everything else. Just delete it. Generating levels. What about this? Bam. This is kind of the whole point of the systems manager stuff. So in game starter, we do, oh come on now, this. So that could make the game look a little different. Maybe. And he's crashing somewhere else. Let's see. Render gameplay background is still in place. Where's that little guy? Render gameplay background, your 2D world. You shouldn't exist anymore, my little guy. Why is that? Your 2D world. I'm doing... I should have there's a plugins that's like bookmarks, right? This thing. I should use these. It's really handy. Start. Game start. I'm like sick of having to type this shit out every time. I don't remember how do I do this again? I'd bookmark. Now you can like just go to it. There's like shortcuts for it and stuff, I don't remember, but there goes the color profile. Oh, it's just whenever I have the extension screen open, it does that. I guess I could change update game state to loading, generating level. Hey. Oh, indexer, you're gonna kill me. Okay. I guess it's still the case that that's next systems, and it might have done display already. How does next systems work anyway? It's an update. It's possible a draw could happen beforehand. I guess I could check before accessing it. I just kind of wanted to avoid that. Yeah, hang on. Somehow it's doing display between update and when game start is called. That's surprising. Like, I'm basically trying to avoid having conditionals where they're unnecessary. Level, like, display level display gameplay background should just assume there's a map. So obviously the first time around it's super happy. Second time though, it crashes. But it's kind of weird to me that it's crashing. I feel like this shouldn't even exist. You get me? It feels like a potential for bugs to arise if I have to check if the map exists in places where it should already exist. Because that code shouldn't run in the first place. You get me. Like, current systems clearly contains a bunch of shit it shouldn't. What's triggered the map gen again? It happens when... Oh, let's have a look actually, yeah. Game start. Using my bookmarks. I'm not. This gets called from... Where? When a command is sent during update. So I guess it would wait for the next update. Is it only being called via console command? Game restart, obviously. So yeah, I think it's only being started from console command. So maybe it has time for an update to happen in between. What game will it be? 2D shooter. Probably shouldn't erase the map and stuff until it's around. Yeah, I know. I just kind of thought it made sense, you know? Like, obviously this works, but it feels weird to me that there's still, like, old systems running around doing stuff with an old map. Obviously, then it'll work. You know, like, it shows, like, the loading screen. Bit of a headache. I probably wouldn't do it like this. The command only for when it's done loading. Command? No, the command is to trigger the start of it. Whatever. If I make the level really big, let's say distance, not distance, sorry, I keep hitting the wrong thing. I need to add a button that says like reset to defaults or something. But if I hit generate level, there's now like a loading screen, kinda. Isn't that cool? Like it's just showing like the main menu thing while it's loading. Instead of the game freezing. The shader is definitely like headache inducing to use here, so I can just use like an actual loading screen. And the revolver's OP. Let's move on. I don't care enough. Game start is called when we want to start the game. We then clear the systems. You think I should stay? That's what I thought. It's weird to me that I load the systems, so I clear the next systems, but I haven't yet updated the current systems. Right? Current systems is updated at the start of update. I could move it to the end? Maybe? I don't know if that would fix it. I guess it would calculate it in that order. Oh, Monogy. Yeah. It would, oh yeah, I'd need to like trigger map. Yeah, I still crash. I'd need to trigger the map deletion thing afterwards, and like that's, you know, sometimes you just gotta fucking pick your battles. It's not that bad. Let's come up with a better level generation screen. What am I using? Generate main menu or something. Sometimes you gotta spend your time wisely, and fucking around with this right now is not bad. At least I don't care. I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna go to my render, what was it? Main menu background system. If there is a map, then don't draw the background shader. The command itself wasn't the defer mechanism though. Maybe the whole nexus and things unnecessary of console commands. Maybe, I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It works fine now. Let's spend your time on doing important things. So look, the game now goes black screen while it's loading. Interestingly, it actually still shows the shader for like a second. Because I guess there's like a split second where... for the future, yeah, I'll put that in my Trello. It's a good point, actually, because now we do have a deferral system. I like the console commands thing a lot, because I can easily tie stuff in my debug menu to a console command. Like, for example, giving the player a rocket launcher. I can just do that. Console command. Bam. What a smart idea that was. It's funny because yeah, there's a split second where it's still showing the main menu system. It still exists, so it draws like one frame. What's the issue? What was the issue? Nothing. It doesn't matter. We were. I wanted to clear the map out of the registry while the level was being generated. Due to the structure of our systems and how we defer certain things, it's none of this is worth thinking about any further. The issue was we cared too much, yeah. Someone told you should think about the implications of code, you have no idea what they meant. I have no idea what that means either. Caring about implications? That sounds dangerous. Render, what, main menu? Auto follow for Toho and CPP combo. Yo, have you got a... Is your name like an Oku reference? Question mark? Reel them in. Reel them in. Maybe not. Maybe Nuke Bird is something else. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, Unyu. Okay, there we go. There we go. Got him. Got him. Got another one. I knew my two hyperfixations was going to eventually line up with a second person. Based. How are you? Anyway, render, what was it? Draw text. Let's draw some text on the screen. For example, I don't know, like, game's loading. Am I gonna draw that at screen center? See if that works. You worked on U2. How many years has it been, Donut? Game's loading. The game's loading. Not in the right spot. Toho's massive, you know. It is big. I wish it was bigger though. Whenever I go to a con, I kind of wish that there was more shit. But, you know. I got you into Toho. Holy shit. I'm sorry. Look at that. So now if I generate like a really big level, like this. This one. I need to fix that like one frame where it's doing stuff. You know what I can do now? You know what I can do now? Now, as for how we know how progressed we are, that's for me to make up. No idea. Isn't that kind of sick? I could actually show like a fucking percentage or something. Again, like I'd have to calculate that. I might just make it up. Just have it go up 10%. And then the percent might take a different amount of time, you know? Okay, that's sick. Minus 16%. I go to my, I don't know. This. I go to my level generation system. And let's just say, we don't have access to the registry here. That's problematic for me. Is there a way for me to get the registry here? Or to know my own future? Because technically... I guess I could just have it as a static somewhere. Just have a spinner. I could just have it as a static. Static is probably the simplest solution, right? Right? I was going to say, like, I could reference the future itself, so each future has its own progress bar. Do best now and are preparing. Please wait warmly until ready. Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about not prematurely optimizing, I only have one future I'm awaiting on right now. So just having just having literally a static in level generator system called static fine, or do it properly, or float get progress, and then I'll have a fucking private float called progress, and then we'll say float level generator get progress. Wow, return a copy of progress. Isn't that amazing? Holy shit. We'll just say at the very start, progress is 0. And we'll say, I don't know, after generating the spawn room, it's now like 5. And then after doing all the floors, maybe it's like 50. And then after this, maybe it's like, I don't know, 70 in small rooms. I don't know, it's like 80. And then here, maybe it's like 90. And then here, it's 100. You know, just making it up. It doesn't need to be actually precise. You could also print out what it's generating right now. Kind of sick, right? Where's he gone? Move function body to declaration. Alright, buddy. Sure, why not? Oh, no discard. Of course, bub. Oh no, I wanted this to be a static. Shit. It's still chill. Are we still chill? Are we still chill? This is unused. Static. Yeah, you missed the talking that I was doing. You do a wrap up a loading progress and divide it on the steps you can change later on if needed. Okay, my issue is that the level generator, sort of by design, doesn't have access to the registry. And currently, the future is being stored in the registry. So I could pass in a reference into this async, but that seems problematic. I could have a whole copy of the registry, which seems pointless, because then if I add stuff to the copy, it's not going to be in the main version. So I think just having a static sitting out here, I could even have like a holder somewhere outside. Make sure it's atomic. What's the keyword for that? Just atomic. STD atomic? Float? Yeah, okay. Easy game, easy life. Render menu. So instead of this nonsense, I'm gonna say you want access to the level generator, I guess, don't you? Oh, the function isn't static. Hang on. Well, now you can't be const. Amazing. Overlay to demonstrate, yeah. Yeah. Are you working on any projects, Nuke? There's a funny looking float. How about instead of future.progress, we just have, we just do this, inline that bastard. Now we'll also need to do, what is it, like 0.2f? There's some weird syntax for this nonsense, isn't there? FMT formatting a float. I always forget this. I can never... Is my music okay? I can never remember FMT format with float. There's some fucking syntax for this. But for... Oh, it's colon dot? What? Some number? Yeah, what? Come on now. The specifiers always start with a colon. That would be good to remember. Alright, someone's angry at me. Sorry, it's angry at me because I'm using atomic? Is it because you aren't including it, I guess? No, you do have level generator system. You do. Oh, progress dot get or something. I'm not. I want to do like I want to fetch. It's not defined in the CPP file. Does it need to be? I'm including the header, and then the function get progress is in the header. Let me get inline static to. But why would this need to be in the source file? Obviously, it's a linker error, so it can't make sense. But if I'm directly including the header, I kind of thought it would know. Why are you angry at me? It doesn't like that. The variable itself. Eh? It's not defined in the CPP file. Well, yeah. Sorry, this is not... Why would this need to be in the source file? Back in X is just a declaration. Oh, I need to define it. Is that it? This doesn't have a default constructor? Well, it's in a class anyway. There's no discard really held. It's technically proper. Non-const static data member must be initialized out of line. God, Atomic's weird, isn't it? He added inline statics so you don't have to put it in the CPP file, but it complains when I do that. Or do you mean this should be inline static? How the fuck does that work? Also, when I'm doing return float here, what is it doing when it's casting from atomic float to float? Is it fetching, is it like locking it and then fetching it, or what? What's happening here between standard atomic and becoming float? Defaults to fetching with sequentially consistent memory order. Okay. Nothing says async like an hour and 40 minutes making a progress bar. Just kidding. Unless? I mean, yeah, the progress does not need to be, like, legit. I could work out which bits take the most amount of time with, like, a profiler and then make them sort of make sense, but, you know. I get stuck on 70% for a while, so clearly that's the thing. Most of the time is spent on that. But it's kind of cool, right? You can kind of see it like doing stuff. So what I could do is work out how big some of these while loops are. This bastard. This is our what do I say? Recursive function that we need to make iterative. Right. So instead of whilst floor to check is empty, we could just do flood fill could just be a for loop thing. I think. It shouldn't be too hard, right? We don't add to floors to check, right? So this could quite literally just be how the fuck do you iterate over an unordered set? I think this is why I started with this. I guess I could make it an array and just see if it takes that much longer. Like my heart and soul as an OOP developer desires the structure of an unordered set in order to make sure I don't have duplicate checks, but if the check only takes 1 nanosecond, maybe it's not worth the hassle. Like I know this would work with an array, but like my true soul, I guess I could fill it as an unordered set and then convert the set to an array for the sake of this, but like that's even worse. That's like cutting off one hand despite the other, or whatever the fucking saying is. I don't know. You get what I mean, right? Unordered set, my beloved. Why are you so expensive in this dear language? In every language, I guess, hashing and all that. Let me see. How am I even generating this stuff? Floor tile coordinates. It's so I don't have a bunch of tiles on the same area, basically. But really, how expensive is that? Oh, okay, I guess I could profile it easily. I mean, I've got a profiler here. I've just made one. How long does a normal level take to make? Because really, that's the important bit, right? The map itself can't have duplicates. It's the generation part. If I generate a couple levels... It just hurts me because I know a straw man will appear in chat and say, why are you using an array here and not a set? And I'll have to explain to them about the expense of hashing. Anyway, we can see the levels seem to take between 100 and 150 mils, right? Give or take. Would be easier to profile with a set seed. Yeah, I could do that. In fact, if we're profiling it properly, we should make sure we're generating the exact same level, right? Each time. So how do I do that? Is there a way I can pass in a seed here? How do I do that? Do I just type in something? STD random device? How do I give you a seed? I'll Google it. Hang on. C++ STD random device. You can just comment the whole thing and just replace it with a random number. Oh, is that how that works? What do you take? It's only used to generate a seed here anyway. Is that so? Disco? Alright, bub. What, I just pass in, let's say, 0. This will generate the map 0 every time. This is what map 0 looks like, chat. This is not what map 0 looks like. It's clearly generating something different each time. Why does that do that? Oh, because we're in map. Hang on a moment. Random engine. It'll be in the level generator. I need to change it to. I should have a function somewhere that's like get random engine, and either it returns some like thing, or I can define it. Why does map have a random engine anyway? I think it's for just generating random floors right now, mostly. There's a lot of shit going on in here. Map occasionally, it's just, I think it's mostly just this. Yeah, it's when I destroy a floor, it just randomly changes the design. No, whatever. I could have that, whatever, I don't care. This is just fun. You're the one I care about. Let's see what level 0 looks like. It doesn't affect generation. No. Alright, level 0. This is it. This is what the game generates when you ask for level 0. Every time. Man, determinism's great, isn't it? What do you mean the computer is doing the same thing every fucking time? This is what I mean. Looks kind of sick, actually. I like level 0. Give myself no clip. We can run around and have a look. Looks nice, right? Actually, like, this would be a really fun level. Imagine this, like, you got your main hub area, and then, like, some sort of connecting corridors. Could be the common sound of the speedruns. Oh, yeah. Connecting corridors, and then maybe there'll be, like, a boss fight over here, like a boss fight over here, mini-boss here. By the way, do you like how the mini-map still works in the top right? You can actually see, like, how close your guy is to all these mice. Oh god, I'm so quick. Whee! Oh, Chris Streamer. Okay, sorry, how long did level... I didn't remember to keep the number. Hang on. I think it takes 79 milliseconds, right? Let's see. Generate, 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 level. Generate, generate, generate. Possible I'm accidentally changing the max number of enemies a couple times. I think I'm double clicking too quick. So at some point that might have changed a little bit, but we're being rough here anyway. Let's say 70 milliseconds. I don't know. It's about 70. The ugly ass blue bar with Spotify on Linux with GNOME. I have no idea. Oh my dear. My poor soul. Unordered map. Unordered set. Oh. Let's just see what it looks like if we just inline replace you with an STD vector of IVEC3. Let's just see. Oh. Oh dear. Alright, let's just see. I should just be able to do that. Good, good. No, the devil on my shoulder. Oh, my STD unordered map. My degree was for nothing. Oh, I was told to use hash maps for everything. Telling me that shit has not... Order 1 doesn't mean it's the fastest? Oh. Big O notation, you lied to me. Alright, so I guess instead of insert... some of this shit's going to be changed. Depends on how it's being used here, yeah. There's a few places where I do check to see if that thing already exists or not. What are you doing at the moment? Crying. Might be a few places where it makes sense. Yeah, let's just replace them all first and see how it looks. It takes 2 seconds anyway, right? I'm testing to see if replacing set in my map level generation shit with a vector makes any sense. Because it takes about 2 seconds to Control D replace. It's mostly the same API interface, I guess. Well, kind of like an API, I guess. So there's a few places it's like, here it's more, if it successfully inserted it, then set the tile to normal. How did this work before? How about we just set it? Ah, that's why. Push back. I guess there's nothing to say, like, why not? We just do slightly different if you use random engine more often. Okay. This is just like a lazy check anyway. It will look slightly different if you use the random engine more often. That'll matter. Yeah, I'm sure. Few places I use pos instead of position. Crazy style dial. Dude, if this takes 10 seconds to load, I'm gonna feel so fucking validated. In a bad way. Be a few places where it does help. I just want to see if arbitrarily replacing everything will work. If it takes the same amount of time, then no. I hate that this just doesn't work. Sorry, you what working? Okay, this erase thing may not work. My flood fill will be weird. STT erase. Do I just use... I thought that was a find. Did I just use STD contains or something? STD find? Swap and pop. So what do you use? A begin, end, and what you're looking for, right? A little expensive. I guess you're going to want me to use a standard ranges, use a ranges version. Whatever. Something like this, I remember. Because this gives you an iterator, right? Yeah. I'm learning. Unfortunately, I am learning. I am remembering things. Oi, 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 oi. I don't know why I wrote it like this. Don't ask. Imagine if I was using an IDE and I could just hit refactor. No, don't imagine it! It was equals equals end. Shite. Oh, if it doesn't exist, right? Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, co-coder. Thanks, pair programmer. Muscles. I mean, it felt a little slower. Please just print out the thing that I'm looking for, little guy. Just do the little printout, FMT. Just print. Do I have to kill the fucking program to get my printouts? Why is that? Holy shit, it's 3 times slower. I'm guessing it's all these STD fines, right? It's probably the fines, right? I mean, that being said, 0.3 seconds isn't so bad, but this is a tiny level that used to take 70 milliseconds. It now takes way fucking longer. I'm actually amazed that it's only 3 times slower. A little bit. Linear search isn't great, yeah. Let's see, how long does a really big level take now? This took like 4 seconds before, right? Is this gonna take 12? Oh my god, it's so slow. How long did that take? That was like 20 seconds. 16 seconds. It's... Is that 4 times? 4 times 4 is 16. Yeah, no wait, 4 times 4. Yeah. Yeah, it's 60. It's 4 times slower with array. Oh, let's go! Unordered map, my beloved. Welcome back. Okay, now we can just probably... It's probably just the linear search and erase, right? Not that I think this is going to be a really big one. This, wherever it was. I think tiles to destroy is a pretty small vector. It'll be the other one, probably. Where is it? Maybe not, actually. Get all collided walls. I don't think this is particularly expensive either. The only thing it was kind of pointless for was checking if a tile was already there or not before placing it, yeah. See, chat? Sometimes the degree is worth something. Question mark. We saw it caught 50% for a while, right? There should be something pretty expensive in generate navigation areas. It's this flood fill algorithm. Yeah, it's because it's doing the standard ranges find all the fucking time. But this was kind of the place that I wanted to... do this. Oh. What I could also do is just pre-fill the map. Instead of having this floor tile coordinates thing, I could just pre-fill the map with air. And then just ask the map. Is it floor? That could work, right? And then that way it doesn't really matter if the unordered map doesn't matter, because it doesn't exist. It's just the map. Oh, dude. It's this sort of thing where, like, this thing I just mentioned only exists because of a bunch of iterative processes. Like, we added destructible environments, so we needed to know if it was a particular kind of wall or floor and that sort of thing, and we added a bunch more metadata because we have our tiling system, and as a result, blah 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 blah. Now the level generator system was made so long ago, it has like an extra cache that doesn't need to exist, basically, this whole thing. And this should help us make things a bit help us remove the recursion as well, because fetching something from a chunk from a tile is pretty linear. The position within the tile should be an order 1 operation-ish. Instead of doing standard ranges find. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Let's think together. Be right back. Hello? Main problem with it being recursive is the unbounded stack growth. Yeah. We need to fix things one at a time. I think in order to make it non-recursive, turning it into a vector makes this trivial now. Let's fix some things. Let's fix things one at a time, because some places we do need to pass around coordinates. Let's start with level generator. When you're generating a floor, I think you can just put the floor tile coordinates straight into the map. I think. How do you work? We're already doing this. Yeah. I love how basic the level generator system is now. It's really nice. How many years of study and hard work? 20. Just started saying 20. The results are really nice for how short it is. I did move a bunch of stuff to map, but we'll look at that in a minute. The maps, the ideal is level generator system is only stuff that's ran once at the start of the level, and map has some of the things that need to reappear. So anything to do with destroying walls, for example. We'll see. Map's grown a little bit, but not terribly so. These progress meters are obviously stupid. Once you got everything working, I'll do something really basic. Either we'll work out a way to pre-calculate how long the game should take, based on how many tiles need to be looked at, how to look through, and blah, blah, blah. What we could also do is just do a really basic profiling. Make a really big level that takes 10 seconds to make, and then do a time after each section, and just say, this normally takes about 20%, 30%, 40%, and just fudge it a bit. It doesn't need to be perfect, though. So let's see. Progress could also be like floors created. Out of max floors estimated. I don't know. Let's see. Generate floor navigation areas. So let's start with generate spawn room. Generate spawn room. Where is it? If you don't need floor tile coordinates, how do you work? Well, not much different. That's an easy win. How about generate floor? This is the really big one. Marker in the loading bars is most commercial software. You know, it's just some guy doing the same thing as me, right? They're just going like, that's good enough. You know? Generate floor. Alright, how are you looking? We're already doing set tile normal. So we're already doing that. Cache is not needed. We're already using the Roomba's location, so I think add a room doesn't necessarily need it. Usually settle for a spinner. These days, yeah. Sometimes it's called a throbber, if you want to know something lovely about UI design. Those sort of dots that spin in a circle. That's their official name. Isn't that lovely? Generate room. Add room. Yeah, you don't need this either. What's wrong? You don't like it when your iOS app shows you a throbber while it's waiting? Don't see any problem with that. Just a little something to keep you on your toes. You'd like for it to not do that. Oops. Let's see. So that one was easy enough. Generate nav areas. Now you are being used in a few spots, right? No, you're not. Are you not being used to generate them when I destroy a floor? No, I have a different function for that because I thought about this by accident. Oh, that's fucking lovely. Because floors to check is just everything. Right? That being said, how do I don't think I currently have a way in map to iterate through all things, do I? I'd have to say for all chunks, I think. Unordered map. There needs to be a way for me to iterate through all the chunks. If it's a map, does that not mean that the keys should exist somehow? This is an annoying search, but the number of chunks should be sub 1,000, I should think. There must be a way to iterate over an unordered map by a key set or something, right? Or can I just change it to an ordered map? That seems silly. You get both keys and values when you iterate by default. You can just iterate over an unordered map. Hang on a hot minute. Maybe we're fixing our recursion right now. Why were you doing it again? Because when we generate the navigation areas, this is one of the places we're performing a recursive call. Previously, we were passing in the floor tile coordinates to iterate through, which was a unordered map, or whatever, unordered set. Basically, I want to check over every single floor we've just generated and all its neighbors. So this is one of the places we're doing find. This should just be a case of doing map.contains. But this I want to replace with something like for const auto chunk in chunks, and then for const auto file in chunks dot second. I don't know. Iterate through all chunks and all tiles. This happens once during level generation, right? And we'd call flood fill on tile. This whole nav area thing will have to change because this was previously recursive. So how do I know when it's finished? I'll have to work that out. What's wrong? Time.second, isn't it? Time.second.tiles. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it, because we're getting the value of the chunk. Yeah, okay, fine. I'll change from tile to IVEC 3. Okay, so we'll have to change some things now. Oh, hang on. Tiles is a list of tiles. No, I need, Oh, I do need this. Array of tiles. You want the positions? Yeah, in which case that would... is there a way to get I from this, or do I just need to convert it to a for I loop? Is there like a tile and then something like this? Maybe? No? Because some functions, some languages let you do stuff like that, right? It's nice to have the tile as well, I guess. This doesn't have to be a flood fill. You can just... calculate nav. It could just be called calculate nav area for... It's kind of annoying because this entire algorithm relies on it being a flood fill, so I actually have no fucking idea how it's meant to work now. This is actually a bit more complicated than what we've just discussed. Because it relied on the fact that the moment you ran out of neighbors to check, you would be in a new navigation area. And don't just say delete the navigation area thing. I don't really know a nice way to do this algorithm otherwise. I considered before keeping it recursive, but instead making it so it has a maximum number of checks and then calling that. Like keep starting from where we just were. Now, let's undo some of this a little bit. Wow. This is not going to be so simple to replace. I guess I could just go. Maybe there's like a pre-written algorithm for this sort of thing. Iterative version of flood fill. Like this is somewhere where recursion makes a lot of sense. Do you remember what area it's replacing and stop when it reaches another one? Let me explain the algorithm. We have a level with discrete areas, right? When we've generated the floors, we don't know yet what navigation areas are. The way it worked before was you'd pass in the floors, you'd call at whatever spot, that would then fill up this whole area, and the moment it's run out of neighbors to check, we'd increment the navigation area. Next time we check a floor, if it's in an unknown area, it would do the same check and work. If it would happen to pick a coordinate in this orange area, it would notice that there's already a navigation area calculated and move on. And that way we'd get our navigation areas calculated. If we replace this with an iterative solution, then fine, this one becomes red. This one's red. This one has no neighbors, so this one becomes orange. This one has no neighbors, this one becomes yellow. Green. If it happens to be next to red one, then cool, this is red. But if green happens to be somewhere else, then, oh, well, fuck, we've now generated a new area. Right? Fortunately, our navigation areas are defined as orthographically positioned. Is that the way to say that? I don't know if that's the right way to say it. If something's on the diagonal, it is a different area. Like if there's a wall here, if there's a wall here and here, then green is a new area. Yeah, if it's depth first, it should be fine. That's what I'm now thinking through. If it's on a diagonal, then yeah, that's fine. Assuming it does always continue from the side and go like this. Assuming. Fine. 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 I could even change the algorithm for any check up and to the left. That's a good point, Lee. Assuming it works that way, it might not. Okay, now we're in a new space, new thing. New space, new thing. You could do a little flood fill, just an iterative one. Well, that's why I was just googling to see if there was an iterative version of a flood fill algorithm. But the point is, it's an unknown space right now to me. You'd have to know how to pre-calculate the space, and if you pre-calculate the space, you already know what everything's nav area should be. I'm googling it though. It does look like there's. Oh no, this isn't. This is a recursive version. This is recursive. I'm trying to replace that. Recursion versus iterative Python. Recursion is almost never the best for performance. I know. I know. It just kind of worked. Queue is not empty. Check validity push. You have two ways to implement a flood fill non-recursively. The first was explained by some other one, in which case you use a queue to implement breadth first search. Alternatively, you implement a recursive DFS non-recursively by using an implicit stack. Under the hood, recursion is just using a function called stack in your computer's memory. Yeah. I get that. You can just come up with your own stack, and then use that instead of a function stack. Okay. This person has an example in C# where they construct a new stack. While stack still has things on it, we get a point, and then we push other things onto the stack. Okay, I might just do this. We're just filling up a stack, basically. This bit. So instead of... We don't get a problem where we are... we're not doing... Fuck, what's it called? Maybe it's too late in the day now for this. Concurrent modification of an array is not happening here because we are using a while loop to iterate through the stack. It does mean the stack will be constantly pushing and pulling and all that. Maybe this works just fine as well. Whether or not this is faster than just doing a breadth first or depth first or breadth first, however it wants to work. I guess breadth first in this case I drew, right? It's basically just incrementing, decrementing an integer anyway. Yeah. I don't know which approach would be faster. The current... Replacing the flood fill with this should be pretty easy. By the looks of it. You're basically just rewriting how the stack works. I mean, it's literally just a stack. You're just not using memory stack. The same function call stack, I should say. But would this be faster? Because if we know that we're always checking left to right, you only ever have to check the guy to your left or the guy above you. So you actually avoid having to check to the bottom or to the right, because you know by definition they won't have been set yet. I guess we could just check it. Keep this algorithm in mind. Let's think for a second. Doesn't sound entirely done. Thanks. I heard my door slam. Is Chris in? It'd be a bit early. Let me check. I haven't opened WhatsApp in a while, fuck. Oh, here she is. Oh, she might have just gotten home. I'm not hungry, RN. We'll eat later. Implementing some stuff on stream. If you want to do game dev, let me know. If not, GL with League. Hope you had a nice day. Smiley face. I'll just keep my phone on me in case she wants to hang out. Take that off silent. Alright, let's see. Blah 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 blah. Alright. So let's grab this. Put that in here. How was it that I get the position from this loop? Or do I just do for in I equals 0? Was there an easy way for me to get the iterator from this style of loop? Because obviously we can do for In I equals 0, I less than chunk dot second dot tiles dot size. 3D Z Y X would probably be easiest. Is that true? Yeah, probably right, because that's what we're using elsewhere anyway, right? And this was one of the annoyances. I wanted to extract that XYZ loop. We're already doing that here. Oh my god, hang on. No. I was going to say, was this already something I could have done recursively that I didn't? It's possible, but... like that. I think that's right. Let's see. So for all chunks, the phone went off. It says okay. I'm going to eat then league. GL with league then. And then I'll send her a picture of a mouse. An emoji of a mouse. Oh, I could just back... Yeah, I know what you mean, Donut. I could just backwards, reverse engineer the way that we're... Yeah. The way tiles is already done. Well, yeah. Whatever. This is fine. This is fine as well. Oh, I picked a really stupid one to copy. Hang on. Let's copy an easier one. Surely there's an easier one here. ZYX. Yeah, that'll do. Calculate collisions is already doing it like this. Man. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream today. You can just be, I guess, 0... 0... Do I have somewhere like chunk size stored? Surely, right? Chunk size dot x, chunk y, yeah. Is chunk y size dot z already done? Are you 1 or you should definitely be max layers, which should be 1. I'm pretty sure we're not using that anymore, right? That would be smart. Could find me. I just kind of wish there was this could be baked in as a function into chunk with a lambda. There must be a way to do it. So we now have a tile. Tile X, tile Y, tile Z. I don't know why you'd need to be a ref or what that even really means here. Doesn't really matter. Maybe it does. Like 3 is the size of what, 3 bytes in this case, or what? What is a tile? Less than, not less than, equal to. Oh yeah, we're still reusing that. Let's just go through this bit by bit. So for everything we're doing, I guess we can also get tile type here. Oh, we can use update tile now. Position, and then we pass in. I guess we want to pass in current nav area. And we'll want something like tile, I'll say tile dot blah 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 is blah blah blah. Auto deduces to int there. Yeah, because it's an IVEC, right? While you're a size T, I don't know. You can become an auto, and then you should also be an int. Yeah. Yes. It's not a variable. Okay. Oh, floor. It's passing in the function floor. I prefer size T. I mean, it's a 16 by 16. It's an IVEC. Specifically, it's like IVEC, you know? It's being put back into integer anyway. Right? Sorry, this should be allowed, right? Current nav area is a variable, isn't it? Right there, 0 and 16 too. Oh, you want a thing, don't you? Alright, hang on, this isn't the problem here. We no longer need to replace. We'll need to think about this. I think we'll want to check the nav area of the thing we're under. Let's see. Oh, I guess I'm not doing the flood fill thing. Thinking about it, we're doing the breadth first by accident. So what I'd actually want to do is check the neighbor to the top and the neighbor to the left and get the thing. Right? So we don't need to do this. Yeah, you like that idea. I think I like that idea too. This also is something I came up with, so I like it more. If that makes sense. Like, even if it's like 1% less efficient than the flood fill, I kind of like the fact that I wrote it instead of this code I nicked off Stack Overflow. Does that make sense? As the code owner, I treat it differently in my head. Let's see. Let's say neighbor. Anyone who I haven't seen it before. Neighbor nav area equals. It's a U and 16T, right? I'll say 0 because I have explicitly defined this as like, is it like nav area? I have like a thing for this, like no nav area. I can't remember what I called it. I think it may be in common. I thought I had something for like, it's not a nav area. Maybe I didn't put that anywhere, but 0 is never a real nav area, right? 0 always means undefined. Which is nice. Let's see. Let's just write this really lazily, right? If get tile copy at tile plus, and then I guess it's this. So if navigation area ID isn't equal to 0, then nav area ID is equal to const auto neighbor equals get tile copy. Neighbor dot oh. Oh, whoops. And then we can just do that, and then we also check else if the copy to the left, we don't care about the diagonals, and then now we've got the nav area ID. Current nav area should probably be highest nav area or something, but then that's basically the idea, right? And then else thing is current nav area plus plus. We've now created a new one. And then I think that's it. Roughly. Maybe this will just work. You hate it. Sorry, current nav area is a variable. A lambda closure must be a variable from an enclosing function scope. It cannot be implicitly captured because no default capture scope has been specified. Tile should have the chunk's base position added to it. Maybe it's better to just access it directly through the chunk rather than using get tile, update tile, because you're effectively doing a map lookup for the chunk you're already at with each cell. Well, I could be looking in a different chunk. Right? If my map is split up like so, like this is the chunk border, then and this area here is yellow. If I'm checking this guy here, he should be able to look at the chunk over, right? This is going to be very common, I think, as an issue. Chunk as an update time. You're effectively doing a map lookup of the chunk. I think this isn't also going to be too expensive. Let's check how long the current algorithm takes before we think about optimizing it like that, I think. I'd like to have a working version first, before we worry about such things. We definitely should be adding the chunk, right? Because we're not currently iterating through the chunks at all. You have to add the chunk position regardless. Yeah. The tile is what? Is it chunk dot second dot... How do I get that? Hang on, what you mentioned this before. It's better to access directly through the chunk rather than using get tile, update tile, because you're effectively doing a map lookup. I think chunk is an update tile you can use. I mean, that's what I'm doing in here, right? Chunk dot first. Oh, it was stored by its size, wasn't it? Why wouldn't it let me have a look at you? So, chunk... Oh, it's how chunk is stored in map. It's stored in IVEC3 for the chunk position. Get chunk indices. Yeah, this is it. Chunk doesn't know its own position. Yeah. So it's the map. That's annoying. Chunk dot first dot XYZ. Multiplied by chunk size, right? Because this, if it's chunk at 1, it's not actually at 1, it's at 16, which I think is what you wrote. Right? Yeah, okay. I should gut this. I'm not using this right now. I'll keep it just in here because it's nice to look at. Is that it? Are the chunks only 16 by 16? Yeah, at some point I was doing checks and I found that this made things better somehow. I don't remember. This was a while ago. It seemed to be more performant, but I don't remember where. We experimented. We can experiment again. Now we've got this vague profiler. We can see. I think there was a reason we did it though. The 16 by 16, there's going to be a lot of chunks. A lot of chunks. I mean, remember, the screen is really small. 16 by 16 tiles is actually like most of a screen. So by keeping it roughly around the size of a screen, it means that any logic we want to do related to chunks near the player is just the case of getting one chunk and then its neighbors. So there's not like, if the chunk size was 128, like 70% of that chunk is off screen, you know? Maybe that was how we came to this. I don't fully remember. That sounds about right. Generate navigation areas. So that might just work. This was not really my plan for today, by the way, but we've sort of ended up here. I kind of thought the async thing was just going to be a quick bish bash bosh, and now we're refactoring everything to hell and back. There'll be other places that break, I imagine, right? Surely. That's less than I thought. Ah, that's where. Okay, this is where we were. I put a mental break here and then forgot about it. Remove all small runes. So this is another flood fill thing. We can do this in a minute. As are you? You're not a flood fill thing. Nice, we can do that next maybe. Update tile based on neighbors. And neither are you. So you guys should be pretty easy to change. Let's do the easy ones first, right? I don't know if you need to give me wall tile coordinates. I guess I can keep that logic for now because this whole wall tile coordinates thing is exactly how I'm doing destroyed. I only want to update a limited number of walls when I'm destroying them. I could have a secondary version of this function that, like, if the thing you pass in is empty, it just checks over everything, including floors. But let's do things one at a time, I guess. If returning a new vector every time isn't great, yeah, but that's an optimization. That's not a performance. So it's not the focus right now. We move the optimization stuff to later. One thing at a time, otherwise I will quit the stream and pick my nose and do something else. Without you. Let's see. We can start here. Are you being done when I explode stuff? Yes. Okay. In which case, let's just do them one at a time. Worth making a mental note. Oh yeah, we'll go through and optimize. Well, I guess I've accidentally made today the optimization day. You know what I read out this morning when I said, what am I going to do? This was my fucking Trello. Add melee weapon with cooldown and spec. Add a revolver spec that's like fan the hammer. Add a shotgun. Bullet ricochet. Async level load. I guess we've done async level load. Optimize level generation was not on the fucking list of things to do. Oh well. Moving on. Let's actually just do things in the order that I feel like it. Now we've got this fucking code. Remove small runes. I have a feeling you definitely don't need floor tile coordinates. Huh? Iron map. Whee. Whee. Every navigation area. Might want to redo this. Kind of annoying to do a big linear search of all our floors when we only need to check one though. I guess. Maybe this is a place we could use that stack thing. Maybe we can make use of that stack thing. Yeah, maybe. This might be a good use for it. The way this function works, by the way, is Depends how much air there is. Yeah. This function removes rooms of an arbitrary size, let's say 10. And it knows which areas are small because all of our navigation areas are stored in a big table according to their ID and how many elements it has, how many floors are in it. So in this case, navigation area 1 is massive, but the others are pretty small. So what we do is I have a function that it linearly searches through all our floors to try and find one that's in that has that navigation area. Let's say all the tiles in here have navigation area ID 5, right? So we'll just keep going until it finds 1. So then we have a starting point. And then from there, it flood fills to destroy it. I have to remove the floors and replace them with air. In which case, having the flood fills kind of nice. But I think that's less code than iterating through every single tile on the entire map to see if it's in that navigation area. That being said, if we already know in advance which navigation areas we need, then we could just do one loop over all the floors and remove them. That would be the easier algorithm. Like, just loop through every single floor in the level. If the navigation area ID, if the number of floors at that area is less than a certain amount, then change it to air. Did the other code do the same thing by going through floors instead of literally everything? Well, at this point in code generation, everything is floor. It's floor or air, I guess, because it's non-existent. So at this point, we've not generated walls or anything yet. We do all the floors first. I'm wondering if I could... I can't combine this because you have to you have to know the nav area IDs first to know how big the room is. You can't delete the room while you're in the middle of working out how big it is. I say we just copy the algorithm from before and we do a different thing inside it. Table could store the latest tile position in the nav area. I mean, yeah, that would just be replacing this function. That part I don't care about. That's a nice optimization. I think that's completely valid. Navigation areas, wherever I store that stuff. This, instead of being a vector of size t, it could be... What were you talking about? For fuck's sake. First of all, good idea. This could be a pair of size t, which is the count, how big the navigation area is. And then also just a position in there. I have a job. I have a full-time job, and this is my hobby. Oh, wait, I'm not optimizing the function. I'm rewriting the function because it is a recursive function. This is recursive. The flood delete room is a recursive function. I'm replacing it with a iterative version, and I was just suggesting different ways to do that. I was saying I could keep it as a flood fill, because in which case the rooms are going to be quite small, like 10. I could even leave it as a recursive function, because calling a function 10 times is not that big on the stack. But whatever. That being said, I can either have the iterative version of a flood fill, so it only checks the neighbors in this area by constantly updating the stack until all the neighbors are air, or I could iterate through every single floor in the map, and if it scans a area which in the table has a lower count than minimum room size, I replace that floor with air. There's two ways to do it. The first idea to have an iterative flood fill would involve me having to write that. The second option is basically just copy and pasting the function we just wrote to generate the IDs to remove unneeded ones. So that's what I'm going to go with, because it is the simplest solution. I go like this. Whee! Something easy, right? So for every tile, I don't care about your neighbor. I care about you. And then I do the following. Raise access to the old file value. That's very good. Let me just think for 2 minutes, please. Hello, Ren, by the way. So... yeah, that avoids that second call up. We call update tile. And then I want to just basically move that shit in there. So... if... oh. Navigation areas at tile.id is less than the min room size. We're now in a room that's too small. We're in a tile whose room is too small. We now, instead of flood delete, we think just replace it with air. How did flood delete work? I think it is this bit. Tile.type is air. That's the most important part, right? So tile.type equals air. That's it, I think. I think that's basically it. Yeah, and we could do that in the chunk or whatever. You can also now use chunk to update tile since it can't cross chunks yet. The chunks things doesn't really matter. Is chunk to update tile something that exists? Position in chunk. What's the value in this? Sorry? How is this that different to what I was doing in here? Well, we just don't have to calculate this? That's it? It's just saving one calculation? You don't have to do the times when you avoid the hash table lookup. Okay, that's fair then. We'll do chunk.update tile at position... oh, sorry, I guess I still need that vec. Vec 3, tile X, tile Y, tile Z. What's wrong? I vec 3, I guess. No? Oh, chunk.second. No? Sorry? You can IVEC 3 position and chunk and then a callback. Okay, I just need to think for a second. If the area is too small, then we do the following. I don't know about this resize thing. Also, I feel like we're doing this the other way around. Whatever I've got in here is the wrong way. Okay, I think we can gut that now. It's this I care about. I need to be making sure I actually remove. In this case... You I think are being used only here, right? I think this... I need to make sure I decrease the size of that navigation area, but I don't know where I was doing that before. It'll be something like navigation areas file dot navigation area minus minus, but like you're writing what I'm talking about, buddy. Meowdy, hey small. Meowdy, meow. You're a second too late. Alright, where was I doing this before though? That's what I care about. Was I not? I should have been. Oh, I guess I was just setting it to 0 at the end because I knew that everything was deleted. I wasn't into incrementally changing it. Not doing the air check. One thing at a time, bloody hell. I should just stop reading chat while I'm thinking. It's the same thing. Yeah, what I was doing before was I was deleting everything in the floor, deleting all the nearby neighbors, and then just assuming that that means it should be 0 now. But now I need to do it incrementally. This is fun. Now let me think. Indeed, we do need to check if it's there. I guess it would be cat. Would it need to be tile cat? At this point in generation, am I actually let's just do it properly. Let's just do it isn't equal to air. Because at this point it could be any number of these floor things, and I don't know if at some point I will change the floor generation stuff to be floor flowers, normal, you know, this stuff can be generated right now. Could move this away, like I could randomize after generation in like one big approach. Right now it's being randomized as it's being placed. It kind of doesn't matter. So I could do get tile cat of area and make sure it's floor. At this point, it's just not air. So this is fine. Why are you angry? This is what I want to know about. Chunks is const. Easy. Now what's wrong? Remove small rooms. How are you small, by the way? What have you been up to? I think this works. And I think this is no longer needed, unfortunately. But fortunately. It's kind of nice to delete code, but it's also kind of sad because you wrote that code. Checking if the number is larger than 0. Yeah, I guess. I mean, the air should not have a navigation area. But potato, potato. Checking if it's not 0 is probably a good idea as well. I mean, checking if type is not air is kind of the same as checking an int. Because checking if tile.navigation area ID isn't equal to 0. Kind of the same as checking if it's not air. There will be other tiles that don't have nav area in the future. Yeah, maybe. Like if I add lava, for example, or something that I don't want stuff to walk through. Like water can have a navigation area, but just it can be expensive in the A-star algorithm, so it's less likely to go through it. Lava, it could be, for example, that we never want an entity to walk over it of its own volition, but it still exists, and it's not air. It's not a floor. You get the idea. Could be a floor. I don't know. I don't know how I'd implement that. But, for now, just checking not equal to 0. Let's just check, all of these checks are fine as well right now. There's no issue. I think mostly checking if it's not air though. That's the most important one. So I'm actually going to do it like this. If it's, I could also put an abort in. Like if the navigation area ID is 0 and it's not air, then that should be an abort IMO. But one thing at a time. This would also crash because navigation area is a size T. And well, actually no. 0 in a size T minus 1 just wraps around, right? Or is it undefined? It might be undefined. Like, it might be compiler dependent. Yeah, it wraps. Okay. I mean, I could, you know, port, assert, navigation, tile.navigation area ID is equal to 0. We could just leave this in for now. That would get removed in release mode. But signed it would be unbound. Oh, unbound. Oh yeah, just go to -1. Yeah. Undefined behavior. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was trying to think about yeah, okay, fine. Alright, replace surrounding air with walls. You are a function I'm using, I thought, when I explode stuff. Yes. So it's nice to have this function here. For when I explode walls, but also I want to use that during level generation. So I could let's just have two different versions of the function basically. One that returns the wall tile coordinates and one that doesn't. Maybe. Or, I mean, returning the vector. I mean, doing lots of linear searches over the thing, but just doing it once is not that bad. The problem with linear search was that we were doing it for every single tile, but just doing linear search like 3 times over generation is not too bad, I think. Basically, what we do here during level generation is we've got all our floors here. Now we're generating all of our walls by iterating over the floors and checking the neighbors. And then after that, we are copying those floor tile coordinates, wall coordinates, and making sure that the sprite looks good based on its neighbors. So this is the auto tiling. And we use the same behavior when we blow up a wall, because there's like a small explosion here with like 10 walls in it, and then we reuse this same function to make sure you don't walk into air. I wonder if it's possible if you have a high enough velocity as you blow up a wall, if you're against a wall, to be pushed into the void. That's food for thought. Anyway, so it's nice to have a version of the function that's bounded. I think there should be a secondary version of the function that just iterates over everything. And then iterates, and then a second version of update tile types, which instead of taking a copied vector at this point of wall positions, maybe just iterates over everything. Like, what's more expensive? Iterating over every single tile, including air and floor, just to look for the walls, or to have a secondary vector, which is quite big, where you've copied in every wall tile coordinate. I feel like it's more expensive to construct a vector and continuously push into it to use as a cache in this case, than to just iterate over stuff and ignore it if it's a floor or an air. What do you think? The other thought is, if I do that secondary approach and I ever decide to add auto tiling to the floor, then I don't have to change anything because I'm already checking the floors. Let's say the lava example. If the lava sprite had a different sprite based on its neighbors, then I wouldn't have to change much, and maybe that future-proofness is kind of nice. So maybe I'll do that. Talking about it. That being said, it's nice to have two versions of the function. So replacing surrounding air with walls. I'm going to have a secondary version, maybe just in level generation system. Oh god. We have two ways to deal with walls. What we were currently doing was to fill up a buffer as we go through with our newly created walls, and then later use that buffer to do the auto tiling. The secondary approach is to not have a buffer at all and just to iterate through every tile on the map to see if it needs to be wall, and then afterwards iterating through every tile on the map to apply the auto tiling algorithm. The question here is the speed at which you can iterate through every tile in the map versus filling up a buffer and then using that buffer. I feel like the constant allocations in a vector is more expensive than just checking something. Plus, what I was saying is with the whole map approach, right now I only care about the walls, sure, but should I ever want to have auto tiling on anything else, then bish. You're making a lot of assumptions. You need to test different things. Sorry? You're making a lot of assumptions. You need to test different things to make sure. Well, I'd rather not write the same code twice. I'm only one developer. I have a limited amount of time in my life, so I feel like sometimes you just have to make a choice. And it's a lot cheaper to think about something and do it on paper than it is to implement it, right? So I'm discussing it and use thinking first before just doing it twice and letting it run. This is a case where my thinking is faster than writing code. Speaking back to our conversation at the start of the stream. So if you did have a special autocomplete button that made both algorithms and told you which one was perfect and you just turned off your brain, then it would definitely give you the better approach. I kind of like the thinking bit. I feel like I learn a bit more. Like learning why one approach might be better than the other without even having to burn the tokens for it would be, I think, interesting. Anyway, let me think. I'm going to have a version of this in level generator called construct walls. Construct walls is going to iterate through all of our floors, wherever our big loop is. And now we do care about the cross tile boundary. Cross chunk boundary. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we iterate through every tile. If it's not a floor, then we move on with our life. And now we check all the neighbors. Bam, 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 bam. And this song's great. I fucking love Moku's theme. We check over all our neighbors, including diagonals. If it's air, then we set it to undefined wall. And by constructing it again, instead of copying, we get the max health thing. Alright. Constructing a new tile with a specific type will update its health automatically. If we just use update tile, we'd have to just call this bit manually. I don't really know if it's faster to do that. Because obviously we could do this, right? How do I normally get the health? Get max health. Are you a private? Map, get max health. Get max health. Or tile, wall, undefined. I don't know if this versus just set tile to wall and let the let it work. Are my tiles all 0 initialized? I think so, right? If I get a tile that's not been constructed yet, with update tile, like I don't see a resize anywhere in here. Oh, it's a standard array. How does it work with standard array? Is every single element pre-allocated? I think so, right? Everything in tiles by default is just a default tile, right? Which is a 0 health tile air. I think that's how that works, right? I think so. Anyway, the wall tile coordinates thing, let's just ignore that for now. Obviously, it's like a bit of a wank algorithm because it's checking over the same tile twice. I think you could maybe skip, that you could do every other tile maybe, but I don't know if that would be perfect, so this approach is just working okay. And then you do a void. I don't massively like this approach, but it has worked just okay. Could be the if and update tile. The if? I thought somewhere we had, like, if it doesn't exist, return, like, tile pre-constructed. Could be the if in update tile in the callback. What? Could the if be in update tile in the callback? Yeah? Does it matter? I guess the get tile copy thing. Yeah. We don't need to do get tile copy. That's a good suggestion. That's a good suggestion. Yeah. I've been running under the assumption that the lookups are cheap, but I guess if we can just remove it, it doesn't really matter, does it? It's also just, I think this is just how things happen to work when it was recursive. We weren't actually looking at the tile itself yet, we were pre-calculating something. But now we literally have the tile itself, then yeah, this is really nice. That being said, this is just going to replace all air with walls. No, it's not. Because this here makes sure we're only... If we're on a floor, check all our neighbors. If the wall is... If the neighbor is an air, then replace it with a wall. So this is perfect, I think. So now we just do this. Why you think you're in map, I don't want to know. And look, by putting this in level generator system, we can't accidentally call it from the map. Isn't that nice? Now, this is going to be the annoying bit. I simply need to copy that. I need to... Actually, not necessarily. I just need to call map apply pattern. This function became so small. It's amazing. This was not that small when I was writing it. In map, when we destroy walls, I could just extract this for loop here. Oh, hang on. Am I calling this... I'm being dense, aren't I? I think when I destroy a wall, I'm... Yeah. I've been dense. I've just noticed something. All of them have semicolons after them for some reason. I don't know. Does the formatter do that? No. I don't know why that's the case. I like semicolons. Maybe. They're fun. Anyway, I've just noticed. Probably from copy-paste, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, I've just noticed that I'm I'm being dense yet again. Like I can just remove this function whatsoever. In destroy walls, I'm already iterating through walls and then applying patterns. Oh, no, I'm not. No, this is not dense necessarily. Is it? Yes, this is dense. For every position in the broken walls, we check its neighbors, and then we check the neighbors of its neighbors. Because you can affect something 2 tiles away when you destroy it, because of how the neighboring system works on auto-tiling. But yeah, this is unneeded, which is really nice. It's nonsense. Whee! Based on one. This apply pattern is the only bit that matters. It's this nonsense. Quite easily, we do a function called auto tile walls. To be able to generify the looping through a chunk and all tiles within the chunk. Wow. We don't even need to do the det tile cap, because at this point we've got undefined walls. In fact, hang on a moment. We don't need any of this, by the way. This could be gone. Map? Oh. Hurry. Oh, you're called level generator, not level generator system. I guess I made you a system later. Do I need to pass the map into you? Yes. Yes, I do. Hang on a minute. I'm specifically keeping this stuff in level generator to make it obvious that it shouldn't be used elsewhere. So if it's undefined, it means we've not actually tiled it yet. And also that we want to tile it. We call map.apply pattern on tile. Hello F1 Sport. You already had one callback based function for update title, so you know how to do it if you want. We could use an anonymous namespace in the CPP file for like the loop. Maybe, because we are using that loop a lot. The level generator methods. Oh, to make it see. Oh, cool. Map doesn't have get target. Most of them need map and settings, right? Yeah. I don't know, I kind of like having them in like this. I find it neat. I do use anonymous namespaces quite a lot. I was wondering if I was overusing them. In this case, they're not actually using any member variables of level generator. Or is it map? Like, is it a static function? Not because it means you have to recompile files that includes the header less often. I guess. Okay, this isn't it. Hang on. You're just in the namespace, aren't you? Yeah, hang on a moment. What? Hang on. You tell copy. I guess you're part of map. You're the member variable. Oh yeah. Get tile category is a stateless function. Fine. Okay. It compiles. I'm just gonna hit F5. I've completely forgotten where we were. If it just works, then that would be banging. I'm kind of expecting stuff to break and crash. Alright, something's broken and crashed. I think one of our loops is not working. Maybe... Interesting. It'll just be somewhere we're checking less than or larger than, but we shouldn't be. Let's see. This is the first time we've seen these non-recursive functions work, so it's nice that it didn't crash, I guess. Let's see. Generate navigation areas. Remove small rooms. If I don't remove small rooms, do you work? It'd be just nice to see which sections might be breaking. Yeah, obviously I would like you to run. Alright, it might... Oops. This is starting to look a bit like level 0 we saw earlier, right? I didn't take a picture, but it looked something like this, right? We need to just get rid of this flashing, by the way. I hate it. Does it look the same every time? I think so. The flashing, it's because in Systems Manager we are loading the systems before they should exist. This might fix it. Could have probably done more work between here and there. I didn't fix it, hang on. I thought that would fix it. Like Groundhog Day. Weird. Oh, I guess I could erase it after. That doesn't make sense. Isn't it because of next systems? Being deferred one frame. Well, in this case, we have... It's my flashing is because render menu background system. Oh, hang on, no, that's not it at all. Yeah, that's it. Maybe I can defer it. Hang on. If I move future with start time to update, maybe this is so crazy it might just work. And I just always... I don't know if erase what happens if it doesn't exist. Talk about removing it. Yeah, let's do one thing at a time. We're trying to fix the level generation system right now. This flashing was meant to be a quick little thing. Yeah, that's clearly not working. I kind of thought this would work. I guess not. Oh, obviously, this is... Obviously. God, I'm stupid. What is it? Game mode? What did I call them? Game state? I'm just testing something. Constantly erasing every single cycle is a bit expensive, but just curious. Yeah, that fixed it. So yeah, what happened is the game removed that map thing, but in the interim period, there was nothing to render. So it just rendered the gameplay, the main background. Man, my frame rate's so much worse now. Is it because I'm doing that check and update? It shouldn't be, right? Or is it because I've just generated a bunch of mice? Okay, it's because I generated a bunch of mice that were only living in one small space. Alright. Is there anything horribly wrong with this? I could obviously have this on a ball, you know, like needs to delete future with start time. But, oh hang on, I'm stupid. This only gets called once because it's only when next systems is empty. So actually this is really cheap. This happens literally once ever. The moment you hit new game and it changes the systems, that's why I put it here as well, so I didn't get called every single cycle. Alright. Yeah, this is actually a good remix. What cycle is this? Agnes Ops. That sounds like a Google Translate error, but okay. Okay, let's check our remove small rooms thing. It's possible we're not filling up navigation areas and it's always 0. Yep. No. Yeah, kinda. Maybe. Looks to me like every navigation area is 1. So it's actually the function that's failing here is the generate navigation area IDs. How am I doing that? This thing. This is failing. Let's check this stuff. Should be pretty easy, right? Okay, maybe I put the breakpoint in the wrong spot. You're adding tile twice. Tile plus yes. No, that makes sense. The logic is incorrect. The logic is incorrect, but the thing I wrote was meant to be this, I guess. 0 plus 1. Sorry. Something like this. This looks correct. Because I'm going to be checking the neighbors. It's because I copied over some of the logic from before. Pro future error. Oh, that's cool. I don't know what the error would have been, but maybe it took too long. Toggle full screen is not what I meant to press. Alright. I do not see small rooms being deleted. Nav area. Nav area count. 16. This is incorrect. You see in the top left? It seems to only be counting up within one chunk. Except for here, for some reason. It seems to be giving navigation area IDs, navigation areas to walls. That's problematic. Probably should be checking if it's actually all... Wait, hang on. Oh, that makes sense. Hang on. I need to rethink this out. If I'm a... Yeah, hang on. If I'm already in air, this doesn't need to be ran. Hang on a moment. We do need to do a get tile lookup in here. So this way air won't be given one. It's a good idea. By the way, this only checking up and to the left is under the assumption that it's looping through in this order. How do I know if this is true? Right? Like in my head, I'm imagining that it's looping over the map like scan lines left to right, but that might not really be the case. I think it's going bottom left to top right, isn't it? So it's actually the other way around, isn't it? I don't necessarily know the order it's happening, so I should probably just now change it to check all the neighbors. I don't know what order it's accessing the chunks in. The chunk in chunks. I don't know the order the chunks are stored in. Or the order of iteration. So if I lazily change this to check all the neighbors, it would fix that at least. So for all neighbors, just to get an idea, and then we can check what's actually being updated in just a moment. We'll just find out that neighbor up and to the left is always 0, for example, and then we can just remove those spokes. Something like this. Latest makes some more sense in my head. Most recently... Not greatest, because that implies that the count is greatest, so the wording has to be careful. Newest? Newest, latest? Newest, maybe? I don't know. Let's think. This obviously will continue to check through. So I'll just have to say... break, I guess? It'll just break this one for loop, wouldn't it? I think that's okay, right? We'll break this for loop. This might work. Is it compiling? Hello? That didn't work. I also seem to have spawned in a different part of the level from before. That can't be right. Air? No, walls or air? What is this? Why do you have a nav area? Dude, this mouse over nav area thing's been so handy. Occasionally I mouse over something and it's got int max. I'm guessing it's the minusing thing that's happening here, because we're counting up incorrectly. Stop this. I don't know if that fucks with the RNG or something. I think it probably does, right? Yeah. Oh well. But this means it should have been deleted. But it didn't get deleted, maybe. You think you're 7? You know where this... This has just not worked. Ah. That might be it. Again, like the switch from recursive to iterative has some profound effects. Okay, that fixed it. I think. Check it. Min room size, go down to 0. I think this doesn't introduce any RNG, so changing min room size shouldn't actually change how the level's generated. Oh, hang on, that's wrong. You can see the chunk borders. Hang on, something's going terribly wrong here. Somewhere that it should be validating based on chunk borders is not happening. That's funny though. You can see that can't be right. That's not the size of a chunk. I don't know why it's doing that. I mean, it properly doesn't have a nav area. That makes sense. Why the fuck has it done that? What was this? If I set min room size to 10, I set it to 0, it does this. I set it to 4, it's 8, 9. It just starts generating these weird tunnels. Why is it doing that? I feel like this bit's working just fine, but it's... Are you being used? You are, okay. It's you that's causing problems. Chunk update second time. Maybe it's this chunk thing then. It's not air. Oh. Remove small rooms should not care what its neighbors are. Right? You know they're selling a Kaina Fumo now. Off topic. Let me check something again. Maybe it is the navigation area thing still. I'm not distracting myself with this. Yeah, I think it's the way it generates nav areas. They seem to be chunk bound. See? I wonder if when I destroy a wall, it fixes them. No, I think it assumes a well-formed navigation area. You are wrong. Why are you wrong? It should work, right? This should work. Right. This looks okay to me. I don't see anything here that... Alright, fine. Man, this is annoying. Why does it feel like it's chunk border limit? Why would setting min rune size to 10... What did you miss? The nav areas seem to be decided on chunk borders, which is odd. I see here, like, every time we get to the end of this, we're switching to a different chunk. But this function in here should traverse chunk borders, right? Look, I'll show you what I mean. Top left, you see nav area under cursor, it's 32, I'm still in a flat area. Actually, now it's 26. Like somewhere around here it decides to change the navigation area. And I noticed when I set the min room size up to 10, it starts to generate these weird lines like this. As if like, why? Why is it generating these walls? I set it back down to this. Like, it seems to think this section here is its own. I think it's horizontally, like vertically, it makes sense. Vertically, all of these are in the same navigation area, but horizontally, I think they're not checking the X and Y properly. So the X and X left and X right. It only seems to be working to check the north and south neighbor for maintaining its navigation area. Why is that though? You should be checking the neighbor's Y. Shouldn't you be top and left? Well, that's what I was talking about earlier, but the problem is we don't know what order the chunks are sorted in the map, or at least I don't know what order they're in. Does it start in the top right and then go to the bottom left? Does it start in the bottom left and go to the top right? Does it go in the middle and then it's an unordered map? So regardless of that, when we're checking our neighbors, it should be up and to the right. Or is it up and to the left? The chunks themselves don't have an order. Yeah. Well, they have an order. Yeah. The order is irrelevant. Anyway, this function can check vertically just fine, but not horizontally. Sorry, I misspoke. These lines, you could sort them into a vector. I could. That's not the problem here. It's checking the neighbor. It doesn't. I think this is where it's going wrong, because it's coming up with a new nav area. It should only come up with a new nav area if none of its neighbors have a nav area. Right? Unless there's a reason for the navigation area to not be 0 for some other reason. I guess... Is it possible... At this point with generate navigation areas, you're only being called after the floor exists. Right? Is it possible when I'm generating the floor I'm not... I guess tunnel's calling it. If p isn't equal to... Is it not? You weren't following the logic. This? No, this is correct. So we start with 0. We check all our neighbors. If one of our neighbors has a navigation area ID that isn't 0, then that's what we're going to read from next. In which case, we set our own tiles ID to that. And we increment in navigation areas how many things are out there. If none of our neighbors have a navigation area, then we set ourselves to whatever the latest one is, and then we increment whatever the latest one is. This should work. I think. The resize looks wrong. I haven't touched the resize. Maybe it's writing out of bounds. Why does this look wrong? Could be the neighbor nav area. Well, latest nav area is always the largest number, so this is fine. This is irrelevant, I think, right? I don't want to resize because if the neighbor nav area is 2, well, navigation area size, I guess it could be decreasing. I don't think this is relevant here. I think the difference between these is a moot point, right? Because latest is either the highest number. It makes sense in the sense that that's the one I'm accessing, fine, but like, that's not the problem here, I think. If I check this, does it fix it? In which case, we're somehow setting navigation area somewhere we shouldn't be. Looks wrong. What? Ask Grok. I don't need this thing to have its clothes taken off. Its night is not air. Weird. That's really weird. Why would it do that? Well, there's still nav areas down here. It's just not drawn any of the... That's really fucking weird. Let's get tile copy wrong. Sorry, why would this not work? We're checking the neighbor at the neighbor's position, and if the tile isn't air, then the fuck? Oh, I guess it's breaking on 0. Hang on, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, if we add this, okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Because I guess it was breaking on any neighbor, and the neighbor could have been a floor with nav ID 0. Therefore, everything was fine. Okay. Okay, they didn't fix the weird fucking bars. Maybe the way I'm checking for something is wrong. I am, by the way, leaning back in my chair now. I'm getting kind of tired of this shit. Nav idea is update, it's defaulting to 0. I'm tired. This shit's not what I wanted to do today. Alright, I mean, I have a thought. Yeah, I wonder. Here's my problem. Oh, I did it the wrong way. Here's not my problem. Everything should be 0 at the start. If it's not 0 at this point, then some problem's been had. Everything is 0. Okay. Oh. This shit's so fucking tiring. Am I calling set or update tile or iterating chunks? Yeah. You think that's fucking with the iterator? Why would that fuck with the iterator? I mean, yeah, in this case we can certainly do the chunk update one. That's okay. Although we'd have to... Wait, hang on. We'd have to do this. What? How was this written again? Oh. But then we're still iterating over the chunks. I guess we can see. Yeah, maybe this is a iteration problem. No, I didn't fix it. AV. Okay. It's been 4 hours. That's good advice. In this case, we... I guess we could keep a list of tiles to create, of walls to create, and then create them, which is what we used to do in this loop. We can't do chunk update because I'd have to calculate if it crosses the chunk border and then get the chunk to the left, and that sounds like a pain. Maybe not. You have to do like if the neighbor would be out of bounds for each of these, which is a pain. So if we replace this with yeah, but then that's all the chunks positions in a vector instead. Yeah, but the chunks can go in. If the chunks go into the negative, then where do they go in the array? At the start? Like, are we constantly moving stuff around the array? Are we constantly redoing the vector every time you add a new chunk? I don't really want to deal with that right now. I'm kind of too tired. I'd like to get this somewhat working and then we could optimize this some other time. I can't do this shit for 4 hours straight. I was gonna make like weapons today and stuff. This is not what I wanted to do. I'm just gonna do this and see. I don't think this will fix anything. Yeah, it's doing double lookups. It is. I'm not doing that right now. I don't care. I'll leave this here for some other time where I could be asked. You mean standard vector chunk indices, then loop the chunks and add all their keys. Loop the chunks and add all their keys, and loop through the vector and use guitar copy. What? What's the what? Sorry, why? Why? Can you loop over the chunks to get the chunk stop first? I guess. What does that accomplish? What does that do? How is that different from using a smart loop? Iterative invalidation problem. You think that's actually happening? When I'm calling update tile on a position, it's invalidating an iterator up here? I'd still be iterating through something that I'm updating, no? Why else are you changing this? I'd still be... I don't really get it. You're suggesting that I do something like this? I misspelt it. Did I? Can't tell. Like that? What's... This seems, I'll be honest, quite stupid, but I'll take your word on it. I'm too tired to care. Is it because when we're using the smart loop on this unordered map and we're calling update tile on it, you think it could be fucking with something? Okay. I mean, this I guess could be an array. It would fuck with the information state if a new chunk is inserted. Why would this insert a new chunk? I guess it would insert a new chunk. No, you're completely right. Because I think... Update tile. If we're in a new chunk on the right that has nothing, it's just full of air, so it doesn't exist yet, and we decide there should be a wall there, it would add a new... I guess I don't need to check through those new areas because they were only created because they were walls, right? There wouldn't be anything of value to check against it now. Does this create new chunks? This does? Really? Okay. I guess I would be getting a lot of out of bounds errors if not. Okay, that makes sense then. Right, that's not so stupid then. That certainly wasn't helping. I don't think that'll fix our wall issue though, will it? Do you think? It might. Maybe it does? You think it's invalidating the thing? Let's find out. It'd be really nice if it just worked. I did. I didn't fix it. No. I guess it's technically more correct. Should probably have this thing fade in and out. Okay, anyway, I didn't fix that, but that's better, I guess. Are you also doing update? Does get tile copy? Okay, so get tile copy gives you an empty tile if it doesn't exist. So if the tile we're currently looking at doesn't exist, fine. If the neighbor... but hang on a moment. We should only be up... In this case, we should only be updating... It'll always be so, okay. Update tile in this case should only ever be updating if we are on a floor, which means that that tile already exists. So I don't think this would be causing an invalidation issue, right? This should be fine. This should never actually create a new chunk. Because we are somewhere that is not air. Yeah. Oh, it's so frustrating. Why is this wrong? Could it be somewhere else that we're... Well, I guess we can check a few things. If I get rid of the construct walls and auto tile walls thing, does that... Because, like, why else would we have big walls if we're not constructing them, right? Nice that we did that thing to remove the RNG seed. Let's make this a lot easier. If I do this... Okay, auto tiles wall's not the issue. It literally is removing these sections. You see? default supply pattern and move the map chunks. Yeah, we'll check that in a moment, but that's not the problem. That maybe is a problem. Wish these mice would fuck off. I should add something that lets me tell the mice to fuck off. Oh, I mean, I can just do this. Like, why is it deciding that these two areas are different navigation areas? All I can see is that they're at a chunk border. 8, 10, 54. This is about 16 tiles, right? I'll put my finger on the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Maybe it's a bit further. I think that is about 16. So I think it is on chunk borders, but like vertically... Oh, vertically it maybe also has the same issue. This is so fucking weird. Something's a copy, I think, when it should be a ref, maybe. Like when we are, yeah, we should probably fix this as well. Let's just do this quickly. Oops. Anyway, right, 4. This is when I was considering using a text to spawn maroons. That's funny. No time for that today. Tell me. It's not you. It's you. Something in here is wrong. What could it be? I mean, it doesn't hurt to use the chunk indices thing, does it? Like, is it possible to get tile copy here? There's only a couple times where generation should happen. There's no chance this is somehow it's const. Yeah, it shouldn't be generating anything new. Okay, let's just extract it and just see if that helps. I'm kind of at my wit's end a bit. Like, it doesn't hurt to try, right? Alright, fine, we're having to do a double lookup. Alright. Hello, Irish Frank. Fancy seeing you here. Didn't fix it. Trying to work out why this shit's happening. We can bring back the other functions for now. It looks kind of ugly without them. For your sake, donut, look. Here's your thing back. You feel better. You might actually iterate the chunks you created in the process as well. Okay. You weren't following? What? Iterate the chunks you've created in the process as well. You are now. Couldn't you have been following like a decade ago? Didn't you have like a wife and kids by now? Wait! No, wait. Ah, that's not it. I thought maybe this was wrong. Like the way I was checking the neighbors was wrong, but I don't think that's wrong. Because this is kind of the same as doing like this should be exactly the same as this, right? I love this song. We used to listen to this so much when we streamed Team Fortress. This is the same, right? Is it possible that... Do I have kids yet? No. Wait. The IVEC 2, IVEC 3 mismatch could be it. I'm wondering... Like, are we losing something? Neighbor is always checking layer 0. I think everything is always at layer 0 anyway. Yeah, it's possible that that was fucking with things. Let's check. We could even remove this and say neighbor equals plus, instead of pos neighbor, it's neighbor relative pos. Right? Neighbor offset? Yeah, that's fine. Am I doing this kind of search later as well? I'm gonna feel so fucking happy when this is fixed, and if I can't fix it, I'm gonna fucking... I don't want to know. Well, you're already fucked, aren't you? Adding 0. Well, itself. I mean, this is functionally the same, right? This is the same as me turning these all into an IVEC3 of 0. I should think. This is the same, right? Offset, adding 0 to the offset, you know. It was actually 0 and not tiles open, yes. I don't care. Okay, fine, let's have a look. You all look fucked. Wow, that's pretty. I don't know why it's doing this, but that's nice. Somehow we've made things worse. Mysterious. It's still generating the nav areas wrong. This is an interesting pattern. Why is it doing that? I guess it's not tile.x anymore. We can remove all this shit. That makes sense. Pretty pattern though. You think the compiler would like know to fix this sort of thing? Wow, it's like a little matrix or something. How do you spell indices? Is it indices? Like that. I think it's like that, right? It's giving hexagonal-based board games programming project. I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean. Indices. Oh! You know, I think this is the playlist I actually used to listen to when I streamed Team Fortress. Oh, metal angle rock. Dekez. Fuck. I promise you, this isn't my first language. Wait, hang on, did I spell it right originally then? Tales of Catan, oh yeah. Indices. Let's not think about it. This check isn't wrong, is it? Dude, Iron Attack makes such fucking good music. Hang on. This is equals equals. Oh, you're asking? Yeah, because if we are on air, then it shouldn't have a navigation area. There's no point checking its neighbors because it's just 0. Right? This is correct. What I could do is... something like that. But that shouldn't fix it, right? We already checked if the navigation area was 0. Why are you all so fucked? Anyway, I didn't fix it. That could work. That sounds like a really good idea. Am I making sure that I'm only really putting stuff at layer 0? Is it possible I'm putting stuff at layer 1 and I'm forgetting about it? I don't think that's true, right? I think we only have one layer right now. I'm wondering why the auto tile walls thing is failing now. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay, man. Dead? Why? X. Is this incorrect? Maybe the extra pass you removed from it was significant. Extra pass? What extra pass? What bottles? Oh, I mean, this is wrong. This should be... No, that's right. Hang on. Why are you like this? I'm losing it. Offset is... Tile plus offset. That should be correct, right? You ordered his team control despite the issues. What was wrong with them? There's an extra function that called apply pattern again. When you destroyed a wall, yeah. Not during level generation. This offset stuff works, right? This is correct, right? We get the tile's true position when we're building our walls. And then we check its neighbors. You've said so much of duplicates. Oh, cock! I got rid of the minuses. You're right, you're right. Fuck. Something like that? That can't be right. That can't be right. It's not right because I'm really quite stupid. It's like this. Weird way to do it. 1 minus 1, 1 minus 1, 1 minus 1, minus 1, 1, minus 1, minus 1, 1, 1. I think that's right. 0, 1, 0, minus 1, 1, 0, minus 1, 0. Yeah, this looks better. Let's check my other offsets. Maybe I'll fuck those as well. Hello. How long have I been working on this? 6 years. Well, apparently, by the way, we started the rebuild in like 2022, not 2020. That's what my README MD said. So actually, this has been like 4 years on Wayho 2. Transaction page is super overwhelmed by people. It came out an hour ago. Nice. It's basically just like the Steam Deck, but in a controller, right? With the thumb pads and stuff. This is what I get for writing iterative instead of recursive. I mean, bidmass, right? But I guess, just to be clear. You fixed Spotify. What am I doing now? I'm staring. I'm making sure my eyes are working. There's a GitHub link. No, it's private. I mean, there's a GitHub link, yes, but you can't read it. It has rumble, better joysticks, grip sensors, handy charging plug that doubles as a receiver, and you learn it can play sounds with things like a Find My Future. Oh, like the Wiimote. So you can go into Smash Brothers and you can be like, Ice Climbers! Will like come out of the remote. Link! Remember that shit? The Wiimote would fucking yell at you? That shit was fun. Kirby! I don't remember. Okay, why won't you work? Does the resize... Best one was the Bond game where someone called you on the phone, so you had to pick up the Wiimote and put your ear. That's funny. Oh god, recursion was so much easier! Oh, so much easier to do recursion than this shit! Look, it's the game. Gabe is calling. Kirby. Link. Ganondorf. Why are you appearing, funny little walls? I didn't ask for you. And why are you always vertical? Why are the walls never horizontal? Huh? Talk to me. Staggering was your idea. Fuck. Why is it always a vertical space? Here, you've got fucking 4,000. Now you look to be working. Hang on, now it's looking normal. Hang on, this looks correct. Oh, is it because I blew up a wall? Yeah, I think it's because I blew up a wall. Yeah, when you blow up walls, it like recalculates the nav areas like instantly. It's so quick. With recursion. God, I hate this. It's so frustrating how it was working and now I broke it. Good fences make good neighbors. Its expected delivery time went from 2 to 5 days to 8 to 10 days. Oh shit. Just because everyone's ordering one. Why isn't this working? It's 8 o'clock. I've been doing this for fucking 4.5 hours. Should be something really fucking simple, right? Stack version might be a better idea, maybe. Software engineer. And yeah, I work on it on days off and after work sometimes. It shouldn't have to calculate the new chunks, should it? Maybe? What nested for loops are beautiful. Welcome to working with coordinates. Feel free to come up with a better approach. Calculating every position in a 3D space. How certain are we that the second update tile doesn't fuck with things? Add a fifth one. That's a good idea. How certain are we that this doesn't fuck with things? With the loop. We're doing chunk update tile. Within the chunk. I should be fine, right? Be fine, right? We're calling update tile within the chunk iteration. It should be fine, right? And it's as long as fixed size. Well, I just I don't care if the stack version's better now. I just want to know why this one isn't working. I mean, you're already fucked. You could be better. Where are you being called, little guy? Destroy walls. This is where the problem started. You're throwing away the result. Maybe. It's up to you. Legibility. I guess it is being ignored. That's weird. I think I originally thought I was going to need this for something. Oh, no, you know what this was originally for? This was used during level generation, right? We just removed it. Yeah, we just removed this from level generation. Yeah. Alt select. Oh, it's nice, isn't it? I've been using Control B. Migrating from IntelliData to VS Code and finding it painful. Yeah, I remember those days. I guess I'm still returning something. I recommend, Frank, getting like a long stick, putting up your nose, and then slamming your head on the table. It makes using VS Code a lot easier. Especially if it's like a pointy stick. That is a joke, of course. Just joking, of course. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't lobotomize yourself. Just kidding, right? Just kidding, guys. I'm just kidding. I'm only kidding. You can't lobotomize yourself. That's not okay. Don't do that. Middle clicking. Only jokes here, yeah. Yeah, that's okay. This is really stupid. Not that this matters. But, you know, maybe spawn room sizes 2 should actually be like spawn room radius. Yes, this will run on Vim. It's the other way around, isn't it? If it's divisible by 2... Oh no, it's that way. If it's divisible by 2, then add 1. No, that doesn't matter. Sorry, I'm getting distracted and doing random shit. Automatic compilers. You still using compilers? From my eyes are starting to hurt. They somehow fuck with the RNG. Why is this gonna be a different level? I guess so. Why is it so shit? Let's compare it to what it was before. Why are you not showing me the alternative? This isn't how I want you to look. You used to look different. There we go. My beautiful recursive function, how he was so easy and just worked. Okay. Stream. This is cooking. Why did someone ask that same question earlier, M1XH? Explain yourself. Are you a robot? Are you a real human being? Answer this captcha. Who asked this earlier and why? Do you have a job? That one, that's a classic one. If you make a chunk in the middle of this, it'll be full of air, so it shouldn't matter. My thought is like, no, you failed a captcha. They're getting too good, aren't they? I'm gonna shoot myself. How many years of experience? I've got 40 years of experience as a C++ engineer. I'm on the staff. I made vectors. It's not real. How do you calculate years of experience? Was me making Game Maker games when I was 8 experience? Sorry if I sound ticked off. I've been staring at this one function for about 2 hours now and I'm kind of pissed off at it. You're still here. Why don't you tell me about your day? How many years of experience you have? If you can help me with this problem. What your framework is. It's fucking 8:30. I haven't even had dinner yet. Did we just give the fuck up and rewrite this to use a custom stack? It wouldn't take that long. I'm just really pissed that I don't know why this isn't working. Because I know it's going to be an off by 1 error somewhere. Like something really fucking stupid. Right? The problem is... it feels like it doesn't seem to know... Are you sure it's not something before this? Well, my current problem is, like, I'm thinking about now is, like, as it's checking around, is it possible that the chunk could be, like, oh, fuck, I know what it is. Ah! Is it, like, if the chunks are truly out of order, like this, and it's actually just checking, like, a tile here and then a tile here, of course it's fucked. Okay, let's just use a fucking stack version. I'm sick of this. This wasn't worth my day off. We'd need to, like, yeah, fuck it all. The algorithm just doesn't make any sense. Alright, how do I do this fucking stack thing? What's the stack thing? How does the stack thing work? Iterative, blood, fill. You could sort chunk indices. Bucket. Sorting chunk indices. Maybe not bucket. How would I know that they're sorted correctly? Sort it how? Sort it how? In what way? How would I sort this? Sort it in what way? What are you suggesting and how? What way? Are you suggesting I sort the chunk indices? Talk to me. Yes, code. My little robot in chat is a real Swedish man and he's generated some fucking code for me. Tab's not working though. I don't think he plays him. This is LHS and RHS in this case. I guess I'll use A and B, fine. And then this is the way that they're organized when we... This thing, right? And you're in your second year of CS, do you have any advice? You want to get into coding more, but you don't know where to start or what field to pick. You're already into coding if you're in your second year of computer science. If you don't know what field to pick, I'd recommend picking something you find interesting. And if you don't know where to start, I'd recommend finding a small project you can complete in a weekend and going with that. That's my suggestion. Keep things easy. Why have we come to this conclusion? Why is this the code? I also didn't write it correctly. So we return if they're the same. If the Z's are the same. If the Y's are the same. Then you go back up the stack and say if X is less than the other X. Did I do that bit right? Maybe that bit's wrong. A dot Y is less than B dot Y. Is less than B dot Z. Huh? Okay, VS Code. What you read? Comp Sci barely even codes. I did plenty of coding in Comp Sci. Be better with some parentheses. I guess the idea is, yeah, you check if the Z's are the same or the Y's are the same, and then you work back up. I wish you'd stop complaining at me, VS Code. You're new here, what am I building? A mess. I'm building a 2D top-down shooter game, and there is a problem right now with my level generation code, where I have gone from using a recursive algorithm to an iterative algorithm, and it's generating these walls, which... Are they gone? No, they're still bloody there. This nonsense here. I think the sorting might not be correct in this case. I could try flipping it. Because we basically need to make sure that the order they're sorted in relates to the order that I'm checking them in. So if you were to look at the map literally, like in the game, you'd want... You want to make sure when you're charting to check this tile, that this is already checked, this is already checked, and this is already checked, right? So you can check his neighbor's positions. Obviously the bottom right stuff shouldn't matter. We want to... So the top left should always be, indeed, like... you know, -1 by 1, 1 by 1, -1 by -1. Is that right? 1 by -1. Is that what's happening here? Or if I need to flip them? Maybe A and B in this case needs to be just the other way, maybe. Looks good. Best vibes. Thanks, Buster. At some point I fucked with the RNG and I don't really know what I did. Oh, I didn't fix it. Oh dear. At what point do I just give up? I feel like this sorting thing isn't quite working. The last line is correct, but then default nesting might be wrong. Okay, good point. A big one around... Hang on, let's think for a second. Like this? The walls be part of the RNG and a fun niche of the game. Sorry, you wrote this. From a.y equals all the way to the other one. Oh. Why don't I check if the x's should never... Why don't I not check if the x's are the same? Are they the same? Yes? No, they're not the same. If the x's and the y's the same. Yes? They're not the same. This is right, isn't it? Is that correct, though? But if it's... I don't know, if the game's generated... where's my fucking... Okay, let's just check to see if this is fixed or not. Awesome. Why does only the RNG sometimes fucking change? No, this hasn't fixed it. You know why we have to use the recursive thing? The level isn't square. Like, if it generates like this, there's no chunk in the middle here, right? Or if it generates some, like, weird fucking shape. Is it not possible that this could cause problems? Like, there's no guarantee that there's... Or maybe it's fine. I don't know. We want to make sure it's ordered by X first, I think. It was your algorithm, thanks. We want to make sure it's ordered by... why? Like, if it's possible that, like, this, and then it's like this, and then it's like this, and then it's like this, and then like this, and then... Like, I don't know, I feel like this is shit. I don't know, fuck it. Like, I repeat, I'm just going to make the stacked version. And if this works, then I'll be happy. And if this doesn't work, I'm going to be upset. Let me do this. Is that just STD stack? just a vector and a suit. Might as well skip the middle, man. Hate suits, don't you? We need to bring back that thing that gives you a position in every nav area. Somehow. Yeah. Okay. You have to do top and pop separately though. Sorry, stack.pop doesn't give you the fucking thing? It's a void? Stack.top, is it? Is that what you're saying? Why are those different? C, you're going to say it's only pops, great. And then we do our check. Let's just say we start at 0, 0 for now. Like, we'll do this thing later. It's not stack.push, stack.in place. I thought it's stack.push. Sorry, hang on. If it's not stack.push, what the fuck is it? It's before move semantics were invented. Oh, great. Split right. So we have a position. And then I think we just grab all this shit. Before I lose it, I'm just gonna pop this stuff in a fucking comment. And then when I go to commit later, I'll fix this shit. So this nav area stuff, I can probably... Oh, fuck. No, this is the bit where I have to generate that. Oh, I still have to know which... I still have to know... I still have to iterate. Don't I? To know which tiles to check. Because I was planning on pulling that from somewhere else. That doesn't make any fucking sense. What does this accomplish? Oh, I missed you on ordered map. This could just be flood fill. Oh. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. So we'll start flood fill. We'll start in position. We'll start with our position. Let's just assume we have a position. We have a position, okay? We have a position. Before we even do this, we will check if oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, so many fucking lookups. There might be an easier way to do this in the thing above us. maybe. But we don't have that thing above us yet. So if we already have a navigation area ID, fuck off. Alright? Move this to above thing. Above loop. To loop above this function. So we have our position. While we have a position, there should always be a floor. This shouldn't matter. This shouldn't matter. We check all our neighbors. I think this is okay. And then we need to add our neighbors. These people also devs? No. Well, I kind of don't want to break, I'm going to be honest with you. Now I want to make sure I'm actually checking all the neighbors. So... hang on, this needs to be different. So... if we have a neighbor and it's not air, if neighbor dot area ID is 0, then we push it on the stack. Otherwise, we are using their area, and we want to check all neighbors for the flood fill. I think maybe it's not necessary, but I don't care. I think it's okay. Chris kind of is. Oh, Chris is. Yeah, she's working on she's a doctor, but she's working on her own indie game, so she is a dev in that sense. She works very hard, and her game looks great. Is this right? This avoids... No. I think this avoids the stack from infinitely looping. Because if it doesn't have an ID, then it needs one. If it's not air and it doesn't have an ID, it has to be on the stack. That's correct. So this is fine. This is fine. This is okay. What, Phil? You still exist? I guess I never deleted it from the header. Welcome back, Flood Phil. It's been a great 4 hours. 5 hours. Nice to see you. Where am I calling you from? Generate navigation error? This thing. It's this. I need this thing. Yeah. assuming... Oh, I already have generate navigation areas, do I? I guess I have generate navigation areas shit. I can get rid of shit. And let's see. We can keep the sorted chunks for now. Maybe. That's okay. And we do flood, fill. I don't really know what chunk is doing in this case. Oh, I know what chunk is doing. Do I still have this chunk dot first multiplied by crap? This thing. Yeah, okay. Let's do this. This thing. Your friend got on and you managed to get SQLX to connect to the database, and you are editing the database name, blah 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 blah. You got tired and left. It's tiring. Good work though. That's impressive. Nice work, lads. What's this doing now? It sets nav area to 1. Probably should also... Just to be clear. This should be cleared if it wasn't already clear. Was I doing that before? It might have been a bug. I don't know if that was a bug, but it certainly was stupid. That might have been a real bug. Maybe? Maybe not, I don't know. We weren't clearing navigation areas between levels. We were just overwriting it. So I guess if the level was different sizes, there would still be navigation areas. Otherwise, it would be a different map. It would be a different map, so it wouldn't have mattered. Unless this got called multiple times. Sorting should be superfluous. Yeah, I just thought it was fun to leave it in, just to make you feel something. Anyway, let's just hit F5. We go through everything, and we call flood fill on it. It immediately checks to see if it's got no nav ID. Separating entities is probably still a good idea. Alright, hang on, let's do that. We got that. This isn't working. You seem to be counting non-flaws. Let's see why. That was pretty quick, whatever we had in here. Oh. I should definitely also be checking the type. I should be checking the type. Check the type. Check the type. Check the type. Check the type. The type check in. Check the type. If neighbor nav area is 0, this thing stack.top. In this case, we're adding the neighbor, but us ourself could be wrong. Which is what happens here when we call flood fill. I think that's the only other place we're not checking. Const auto tile equals blah. Tile dot type isn't equal to floor, whatever. And we want to check. Well, we can reuse this. So let's see. If we're on the flood fill, if we are air, or we already have an ID, fuck off. Cool. Check your neighbors. If they're not air, then blah, 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 blah. If your neighbors are all air, then you need a new ID. Let's just say F5. It's just been a fucking work day. Except it's a lot later than 5. Anyway, that looks promising. That looks promising. This looks promising. Mice, fuck off. We don't need you here. Did I fix it? No, I didn't fix it. Min room size 5. Why are you still here? Okay, you're all fucking wrong. You think you have 5? You have 2. Something still needs to be fixed, but it's gotten better. At least gotten a little better. Did you comment out the thing to remove small rooms? No. Whatever is here has a nav area. So it's possible that when I delete... Why do you still have a nav area? I think this at some point was a small room. You see that fucking tearing that happens sometimes? I hate it. Okay, there's some place I'm not doing it quite right, but... Let's check the small rooms. No, wait, what is it? Chunk indices, nav areas, one. Is this correct? If our neighbor is not air, then they don't have an ID. We want to check them. Otherwise, we want to use their ID. If... How am I? I'm exhausted. How are you? Update the tiles ID to the neighbor nav area. Size max to the nav area. Increment it. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's just check it iteratively. Getting tired of this. Maybe break in the else. No, I don't want to. Well, I don't know about breaking in the else because if the neighbor is air, then what? The other neighbors might not be air. No? Why do you get game dev streams recommended in your algorithm when you clicked on it? Maybe you find them interesting. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't work at Google. They might think that you're interested in this sort of thing. Maybe. Chunks. Did you even push the earlier neighbors if one of them turns out to be non-zero? Yes, right? In this case, we're pushing a neighbor if it's not air and it doesn't have a nav ID, because that means we need to update it. I think we should be incrementing the latest nav area between flood fills, right? Maybe or we could increment it first, for example. That does the same thing. That might have been. That's definitely an off by 1 error. Like starting off at 0, but then before we actually use it, incrementing it. That means between loops, it'll work. You work as a game dev in a company. Well, that's probably why you get game dev streams recommended to you, I would say. Okay, this one in here is not working. Hang on a moment. When we do remove small rooms, I think I might not... This is weird. Navigation areas that thing should already be getting decremented. This isn't this isn't recursive. This should just work. What kind of job do you do? Hang on a moment. Why do you think you have 5? Could it be avoided by not having holes? Welcome to my rocket launcher that adds holes. Imagine if enemies added holes, or if the rocket launcher made like a different pattern. But by the way, can I just say as well, like the nav area stuff worked when it was all recursive. The problem is just starting because we've switched to an iterative approach, because we found out that when the level was way too big, it was going to crash. Because we'd exhaust the system's function call stack. I think now, if we set max steps to really high and like a bunch of tunnels, it should just work. It will just take a while. I think the only recursion we've got right now is when we explode stuff. Like this should work. It will just take a minute, I think. Probably. I don't know how long this would take. 40 tunnels. 8% of the time. I don't know how long this would take. Well, while this is thinking, I'm just going to keep looking at our code. I'm curious to see if it can just generate a giant level now. Where do I work? I'm not telling you where I work. It's sort of game dev, but not game dev. Okay. Interesting. You work in an industry that uses game development tools. You make casino games. Okay. That's cool. That's probably why you're getting recommended. Your algorithm probably knows you. Why? Sorry, I need to quit it. I know it's thinking really hard. I need to kill it. Hang on, actually, it should totally be able to generate big levels. If I generate max distance 2500, that just works. If I do it twice, that works. If I do it 4 times, that also just works. If I do it 7 times, that also just works. It just takes a while. It seems to be something to do with tunnels that causes a freeze. I don't know what. I kind of don't care right now. Maybe that's problematic. Anyway, get out of here, mice. Nav area. I want to check with min rune size set off. You think you have 4? You think you have 4? Is it checking itself multiple times? 4? 5? 7? What on earth? It thinks the main area has 64,000 things? That can't be right. Oh, maybe that's right. Oh, if I generate a really small level, this should be even easier to debug. 415, that's definitely not right. 4, 4, 4, 7, 4, 5, 4, 7. This can't be fucking right. Like, it at least seems to know if I blow a hole in the wall. Donut, did your libdonut whatever next thing fix this, like, tearing I get sometimes when I'm drawing? Okay, somehow when it's checking size, it's, like, horribly wrong. God, this is such a fucking Monday. Tearing is in regular screen tearing. No, tearing is in between my tiles somehow. I think it's like a floating point error in the shader where it's trying to work out what tile to draw. It sometimes draws like a really thin line. It's not screen tearing. It's like a really thin vertical line between tiles. It doesn't make a lot of sense because we're drawing one texture to the screen. I thought you said you'd fix this. Never mind. Okay. We're doing this in other places. Destroy walls. Destroy walls. Yeah, okay. This seems to be doing something multiple times. I thought you fixed it, making the relative, rendering it render relative to the player plus the full screen shadow thing. Yeah, I thought I fixed it too. Fixed point coordinates was just solve it, fix it. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe I need to... Yeah, but if I floor when I'm drawing, it causes the screen to fucking lag out when you move around. Only when you're zoomed out. I think it just happens during normal gameplay as well. If it's only when you're zoomed out, that kind of makes sense. The scale is not going to be integer scaled. Maybe I could test that. There might be a way to procedurally check for that. Anyway, this thing here. Assert. And then we get tile copy at our position. And position in this case being this thing. Dot. Navigation area ID is 0. If this breaks, then I'll know exactly where the fucking problem is. Hello? Okay. I wish you'd tell me what your fucking ID was. There must be a way in this abort to see that shit, right? Unable to read memory, that's epic. In this case, we're somehow doing something a second time. Unable to read memory is sus. Well, this is happening in a multi-threaded environment, right? So it'll be in a different... It's not on the main thread. That makes sense. Advanced auto copy is this. Assert. We'll do it like this. Because in this case, we've somehow... it should work. Yeah, I'm sure. There's a lot that should work. My F2 should work. In this case... unable to read memory. This is fucking bullshit. What do you mean unable to read memory? It's your job. You're a computer. What do you mean question marks? Well, we'll try redoing it with a watch on it, maybe. Or at least a breakpoint on it, maybe. It says no. And I've got a watch on it. It magically knows where it is. Alright, so why the fuck are you in here with a 0? That makes a lot of sense. You're great. Now, you've got a 1, huh? Explain yourself, little guy. Why am I checking someone with a nav area ID? This is a debug build, yeah. Why is something in here... I don't get it. How the fuck are you in here? I am not C++ certified. I'm not even Forklift certified. How? How do you have an ID? How did you end up in here? Because this just implies that we're updating something twice. I miss you, unordered map. I never had these problems when I had an unordered map. Anyway, solvable. It's so solvable. Ah! Ugh. It just means we're checking something unnecessarily, but why? Up here, we're saying if the get tile copy, if its ID is not to 0, then fuck off. And the only other place that we're pushing, unless I'm missing something, is here. And we're only pushing if the nav area ID is 0. It's because you're also checking the neighbor offset of the pushed thing, I guess. They're not pain-free, no. Yeah, you know what? We're pushing things implicitly to this fucking stack. By doing this for loop, we're checking all the neighbors. Is that it? No. Is that it? Have I put the fucking bracket in the wrong place? I put the fucking bracket in the wrong place. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fucking hell. I think the bracket was in the wrong place. I think it was just doing it 4 times for every... Oh, yeah, that's not it. Was that not it? For every neighbor, check to see if we care. If we don't care, then epic. You should be able to read memory. You suck if you can't read memory, and I hate you. Hang on, let's try again. That was definitely wrong, what we were doing before. Okay, 0, very good. 1, 0, very good. Okay. 0, very good. I'm gonna have to do this until it fucking works. Because our catch never works. I hate this memory corruption thing. It's so frustrating. Why are you not able to read the memory? You should be able to, legally speaking. It's whatever tile is at position -14 and 9. Epic. Like, the check is obviously to just say if it's not equal to 0, then update it. But why are we doing these extra checks? How did you get in here? I didn't put you in here, did I? Is all debug info really enabled? I don't know. Maybe it's something I need to do something to enable threading debug or something. I mean, I can put this in here. Like this will probably fix it, but it's wrong. If tile at this position and the tile is not air and it's got no ID, then update it. But like this is /debug. Threadless. I'm wearing trousers. Well, I think this should fix it, but like... get out of here, mice. Obviously, we got rid of the fucking RNG. Nav area 3. Yeah, this obviously fixed it, but why? Why are you being checked? Why are you being checked in the first place? One. I might have shot myself if I'd started by doing this instead of the recursive method that just worked in 5 minutes. What did I change? Well, I just added a check before doing it, but I don't want to do that check because I shouldn't be checking something that already has a nav area. So now I know that my code would work if it worked. Sentence. I want... Here? Oh, it found a new nav area. Is that correct? Possible stuff could crash when you blow up a wall because that's not recursive yet. This. I added this check, but this shouldn't be necessary because I shouldn't be updating something at this position if it's not got a nav area 0. The only two places I push stuff to the stack are here, where I've already checked that that position matters. Like if it's air or it doesn't have a nav ID, I just don't even check in here. So if it... Oh wait, oh you found it? The first should be inside the loop, no? The first should be inside the while loop. The first? Well, I could move that in the loop, but I wanted to avoid having to construct the the stack every time unnecessarily. There's no point constructing a stack if that's the case. The first if. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is flood fill the first time it's called. The position you're calling it on, it shouldn't even bother performing a flood fill if the current tile is air or has an ID. When we're already within the loop, the only time we push stuff onto the stack is when we've already checked the neighbor as not being air and have a navigation ID. That's just for the first position ever. That's exactly what I just said. Correct. That is correct. But all the other places, the only other time we're pushing onto the stack is when the neighbor's state might change before we get to it. The neighbor's state might change before we get to it. Explain what you mean by that. Because we push others to the stack. But we only push stuff to the stack when that neighbor needs to be checked. I guess it could, yeah, it could be fucking it. It could be already getting changed in advance. Alright, fine. Whatever. My little check in here is fine. Just fucking make the little stack. Yeah, do this and then get rid of this, and yeah, it does the same thing. Whatever. I'm over-optimizing. Bit of fuckery, yeah. This should still work, probably. Hello, mice. This looks normal. Level, no mice, please. Min room size, whatever. Thank God for imgui. 1, 1, 2, 2, 5, 3. Yeah, this looks fine. Check the global tile position, not position. Yeah, good point. Weird that it still works, huh? That is weird. I guess it just happened to work, because the flood fill would probably still execute somewhere. Was it return before 2? Yeah, but the return thing's not needed. It should be continue because we're in the file. Yeah. Alright, epic and cool and really awesome. So now the level can be generated in how much time did we save? Could be faster now, right? But before this was doing it in like 70 milliseconds, right? Oh, it is faster. Oh, thank fucking God, we at least saved some time with this. Okay, it generates a whole 10 milliseconds to 20 milliseconds faster. Can you believe it? I've spent my whole fucking Monday off for 6 hours to make my level that took 70 milliseconds now only take 50 milliseconds. Think of all the time save. Think of it. Oh, you know what it actually is for? It's so we can make giant levels without it crashing. That's really the point. That's quick. Oh, it's so fast. Generation cycle 7. So much faster, holy shit. Okay, maybe it was all worth it in the end. I don't feel satisfied, I feel pissed off. You know what I mean? You ever work on something for fucking ever and you're like, wow, that is like impressive and look at this cool level I can generate in like 2 seconds. I kind of don't care and I don't know why. I'm kind of pissed off. Like this should be a really epic accomplishment, but I feel like pissed off. Something about adding extra tunnels breaks something. Oh no, it doesn't. Increase the tunnel chance? Increasing the tunnel chance seems to get it frozen. That's interesting. That shouldn't do that. Hang on a minute. Something's weird about that. You forgot how you do the tunnels. It's a good idea from chat. I'm so sorry I don't remember who suggested it. But, so I added the ability to add generation cycles, where we return to 0. We point the Roomba in a different direction, so if there's only 2 generations, we point it to the left. If there's 3, it makes a fucking Mercedes sign. If there's 4, it's a quadrant. Just to send him off in some slightly different direction at the start. He can always curve back into himself, but whatever. So that's generation cycles. It just runs the whole thing again. Within a generation cycle, it could spawn a tunnel, and that currently has a problem. I guess it could be less than or equal to, maybe. We run generate floor again, but with a limited length. A tunnel is just a generation. Instead of starting at 0, we start from where the Roomba is. That's it. It's just a normal level generation, but much shorter, and from a position somewhere in the screen. So if the Roombas run around making spaghetti and it's up here, like a branch. Yeah, like a branch. Exactly, it's a branch. It's a branch. If the main thing is the tree, this is just a branch. Tunnels just make sense from like a Minecraft brain perspective, because it makes a little tunnel off to the side. It's a branch. Yeah. We can change it to your name if you No, but yeah, I don't know why it's crashing here. Or at least crashing. I don't know why it's taking so long. Like, it runs generate floor again. Number of branches increases exponentially. Well, it's weird, because increasing the room gen chance shouldn't matter. The tunnel chance shouldn't matter if we've already generated the max number of tunnels. Unless I'm not applying that to the same Roomba. That might be it. Yeah, hang on. Because I'm, like, copying the Roomba when I generate a floor. So each tunnel has its own copy of Roomba. But the copy should also have that number of tunnels increased. But I guess, yeah, you know what it might be? It might be the case that they're not actually sharing the way I'd like. So ideally I wanted it so each Roomba could generate any number of branches. But in this case, I think a Roomba can infinitely generate tunnels. So really number of tunnels shouldn't be number of tunnels. It should be total number of tunnels. Right? If that makes sense? That being said, I kind of thought that's what this would do, but I guess it won't pass back up the loop. Yeah, no, this is stupid. I'll put that in map instead. Well, I mean, it kind of made sense for the Roomba to have it, because that was all the level generator stuff. I can put it in level generator. Yeah, it's passed by value on purpose. I didn't really think about the... Size T. Number of tunnels. I'll just store it in here. It's fine. We don't. Roomba number of tunnels. Be gone. If number of tunnels. Bam. That accomplishes what I need, basically. So it should no longer crash, and we should be able to make these giant levels. The only thing that will crash is when you blow up a wall, and it recursively tries to fill... Although that being said, it shouldn't, because it's only recursively filling in a small space. So. What's wrong, little guy? Number of tunnels is size T. You are an int. Oh, because of... Because of Imgui. I love Imgui. It's really good, actually. Codefluencer. No. I consider myself a code complainer. Oh, fuck. Why are you like this, my little guy? Oh, I see why you're like this, my little guy. So yeah, the Roomba's only data now is explicitly in himself. Alright, zoom the fuck out, Samurai. Let's try and make the biggest level we've made. Lots of enemies, lots of rooms. Let's keep the Roomba extra tiles at 1 for now, because that, I guess, expensive. Max generation cycles, max number of tunnels. Let's hit the button. This might take like a minute. I'm gonna go to the bathroom while it's doing this. Never mind, it's done. A Unity build. Explain a Unity build to me. Holy shit, it works. That took like no time. It's laggy as hell, and I think it's mostly laggy because of all the mice. It's not actually laggy because of the map, which is really funny. If I regenerate this without any mice, it'll let me. I think it's laggy because it's having to do A star for like 250 items. Unity's build is slapping all your CPP files into one. I will not be doing this. Yeah, isn't that funny? It's not laggy because of this giant level. It's laggy because it's incorrectly having to calculate A star more times than it's currently planned. Oh my god, I can't believe it was able to generate this so quick. Alright, let's set Roomba extra tiles up a bit. This should take quite a while. Because now each Roomba is 20 tiles instead of 2. So this is time for me to go to the bathroom. Right? Still fucking work, doesn't it? Alright, hang on. Isn't this insane? Why is standard unordered map so shit? Is it really just that hashing algorithm? Like, this is so much faster than before. Hello, if I go down to, like, the play size, this is how big the map is. Running at, like, insane high speeds that you wouldn't normally move at. It uses closed addressing. Standard lib is just bad. Like, the main thing we've done today... So at the very start, we moved the level generation to be asynchronous, so the UI doesn't freeze up and we can have this lovely loading screen and stuff. We then moved stuff like the flood fill to being iterative instead of being recursive. And then we also removed and replaced all of our unordered map uses with just an array. That being said, whenever you blow up a hole in the wall, it's still using a recursive algorithm, but it's only doing it within, like, this much space, so I kind of don't know if I care enough to update it quite yet. There's no big enough explosion, at least, to cause problems. Okay, let's... Now we know it's faster, we can bring back our random engine. Hello? Oh. Hello? Chunks are still stored in unordered map, so it's not completely useless. Ah, unordered map, my beloved. Alright, anyway, let's do some profiling. Some very basic profiling. It seems like 0 takes the most time usually. So what I'm gonna do is, a little lazy. STD. Chrono. What is it? System clock? Sys clock? System clock? Now. I'm gonna do this. Steady clock. Is that better? Okay, what does that do? Let's say, generate spawn room time. Const auto, start time, spawn room time, nav areas time, small rooms time, construct walls time, auto walls time is this, and then I can say equals start time minus now, spawn room time minus this, this minus this, this minus this. I think that's right. Grandfather clock. Leap seconds. Alright. It's backwards. Shite. That's okay. I've got Control D on my keyboard. Shit. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Can I just print that? Probably not, right? Like I need to do something with it. Is there like for milliseconds or something? I feel like I'm already printing that somewhere else. Oh no, you can totally just, maybe you can totally print it. Count, I guess. That should work. Alright. That should work. These are steady clocks. I don't want you to be a steady clock. I want you to be a duration. Just whatever this is. Standard chrono duration. That's not it. Steady clock duration? Fuck's sake. There's equivalents for these things on Linux. Ooh. Handling time for a platform is easier than putting upward standard chrono. I'm just doing this for like a quick and cheap and cheerful. Are you sure? They might have been durations already. I'm just doing a cheap and cheerful thing just for now. I want to use auto for it. Well, I want to print it. And I've noticed that it only seems to let me print the fucking first one, because the first one is somehow different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just doing a cheap little thing. Time since epoch, like you become nanoseconds. Why are you producing different things? Because you are having chrono steady clock now. It's underlined with a red squiggly line. Shit, you're right. Why does this auto produce a different lad to him? Why are these two guys not best friends? I mean, I understand, like, the result of this is a chrono duration. The result of this one is a time point. So maybe I can just print off the time point. No, a time point... You see my frustration with this API? Oh, you're subtracting durations from now. Now is like an instant. It's revealing a logic error. It's just Java time. It's Java time. We're back to using Java time. I'm still using Java time. I don't even do Java anymore. I'm still doing Java time. Can't believe I'm still using fucking Java time. If you want to time them individually, you have to save the actual time points at each point. Oh. Alright, give me fucking epoch, dude. It doesn't matter. It's just a ratio. I just want the ratio. Just want the ratio. Just the ratio. The actual value doesn't matter. I just want a ratio. Just a ratio. Something easy. Just a ratio. Just a little silly ratio. You know how it is. The ratio is A/B. Wow. Aye. I want to know in my level generation code which ones take more time than the other ones, so that when I draw my progress bar, it can vaguely resemble real time. Only vaguely. Unformattable. Surely I can fucking use count. Surely you're chill with that. Just roughly. Just roughly. It doesn't need to be precise. Save now at each point. Look, that's all I've just done it. See, look at this. Now I can see what takes the most amount of time. That's all. I could even write a program to do this for me. Looks to me like nav areas time and construct walls time takes a lot more than that. You think the logic is wrong? Is the logic wrong? I just get a system clock at each big expensive thing, and then that's it. Right? Is that not it? Might be wrong. It's probably wrong. Why does this sort of thing have to suck so much? I'm noticing that this number actually looks more like it's overflowing and... Hang on, yeah, that does look fucked. 9 minus spawn room time is just wrong. Now minus spawn room time. This one. Yeah, this is... None of this is worth my time. I thought this was going to be cheap and cheerful. Yeah, we can kind of see which ones are taking longer. Look, how about we do this? I save myself from you guys. Myself. I just get the time in epoch and then I do some shit later. Let's just do this. And then I'll calculate it afterwards. Just save now at each point. Yeah. Now there should be... What's wrong? Is it because time since epoch needs to be .count? Oh, you're right, this API fucking sucks. That's chill. The time since 1970. I know how... Yes, I understand that. I know that. I understand what epoch is. You have to subtract them. You just gotta get the types correct. Epocha is Spanish for error. Thanks, Frank. Thanks, Frank. Alright, let's do it like this. should be a way to do this. Should be a way to do this. I think that's it. That's it. Looks like they all take 0. Looks like I didn't actually do it properly. Weird. You have to do time since epoch anymore. Oh, thank God. I swear I offset them by 1. I guess I'm full of shit. I guess I didn't. I thought I did. Oh well. Bam, 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 bam. Huh? Nice. Alright. Maybe. I don't know. Generate the level first. That'll be really smart. Thank God this Toho playlist is so fucking long. Alright. Thank the fucking God. Swap the rows for the columns in the output? What the fuck are you saying? What time span is this in? I feel like this is 5 milliseconds. So is this like nanoseconds? I don't know. You can divert to milliseconds for sure. There must be a shorthand for that. I just do divided by 10,000 for now. 10,000? 100,000. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Might not be right. I just want to see which one is, like, give or take, roughly more expensive. Alright, that's good. If our total time is 42 milliseconds, those look like they're kind of close enough, I guess. Small rooms time is, like, instant. That's some nice code you got there, Donut. That's a nice way to do it properly. Real nice. So look, we can see, based on these ratios, which thing takes the most time. Because I do not care right now about getting this proper. Just having it just even slightly correct would be nice. We could even have a static that says what we're currently doing. That would be cool, wouldn't it? That would be cool, wouldn't it? How do I work these things into ratios? I add up and then divide by it, I guess. So that's how much they're worth. So 42 divided by 6 is 7. Is that right? That doesn't sound right. 7%? Is 6 7% of 42? That doesn't sound right. That's 1/7? 6 times 6 is 46. 36. Fuck. Maybe it is right. How the fuck does this work? Maths, right? 10 is 1/4 of 42, so 42 divided by 10 is 4.2. That's not right. And then divide by 42? 0.23, okay. So I want to do this. I'm gonna fucking do this. Click. So we want 42 divided by 6, 42 divided by 18, 42 divided by 0, 42 divided by equals 23%. 42 divided by 6 is 7%. This is 0%. 42 divided by 18 is... Sorry, 18 divided by 42 is 42%. Eh? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's probably right, isn't it? 6 divided by 42. That's really nice, Abdul. 40%. You know, roughly, that's roughly what it is. Give or take. So, progress is 0. Progress plus equal 14. Progress plus equal 42. Progress plus equals... let's give it 1. Let's pretend it took time. Progress plus equals 7 for point F. Progress is plus equals 23 point F, and then progress is 100, which we're already doing. Now, do these things add up to above 100? It's possible. We'll find out. 42 plus 1 plus 7 plus 23, 73. I think that's right. Okay. Yeah, the tile walls takes like 4 at the time. That makes sense. Was it rendering on 1 second? Yeah, this is a load time level generation thing. The game does not take 50 milliseconds to render a frame. That would be really bad. I wasn't even paying attention. Hang on. It takes no time. It takes so little time to make a level. Oh my god. Go straight to 100. Do this. It's too fast. I can't test how long it takes if it's this quick. Look at that. Like, that's... If you were to have a bar, I think that would be a pretty steady percent, right? You know what we could do? Now I'm fucking around. It's 10 o'clock. I'm just doing this all day, I guess. Let's chill. We can have an inline static progress, but we can also have an inline static string called current progress. Progress string. Don't care. Progress string. Oh, you can't make a string? Oh, STD string. What's wrong, little guy? You're not allowed to be trivial, are you? Oh, that sucks. I could have an enum. Atomic string. Alright, fine. Struct, progress. And then in case I ever want to modularize it, here we go. We've got that shit in place. We've got spawn room. Generation progress. Generation progress. We've got spawn room. We've got nav areas. We've got small rooms. We've got walls. Auto tile walls. Oh, we also have floors. Make floors. Make nav areas. Floors. Nav areas. Small rooms. Walls. Auto tile walls. Done. Count. Whatever. Oh, struct. You should be an enum, sorry. Get out of here. You're an enum class now, and sure, you can be a UN8T, I don't care. Alright. You can do this, right? Ridiculate splines. I'm gonna fucking ridiculate your spline, dude. It's so easy. So fucking easy. Articulating? Fuck, I can't do that. Too much. I guess we start off with the spawn room. And I guess we could have a percent conversion between those instead of having to calculate progress each time, but in case we actually add a functioning progress meter, so on and so forth. Those are the ratios. We could use that, and we could say how far through something are we and how far will it take. If we're doing a for loop, we know that sort of thing. And, yeah, everything happens in like the level gen happens in under a second. What would I call this? Generation progress equals... What standard is this? 20. Haven't been keeping up since 11. Honestly, we haven't had as big a things than... we haven't had like an 11 again. I should say that. Like 11 was the last like super duper big one. The module's usable yet. Apparently. I've not seen any usage of them. Maybe Donut has some ideas on that. I know you're being used somewhere else. You just don't want to accept it. Perfect. Const auto progress equals blah. Const auto progress enum equals blah. Yeah, progress, whatever. We could even draw a nice bar. Damn, he's still coding. Yeah. Yeah, break. Great idea. Alright. Don't remember if I had new lines working or not. I guess we could find out. Jeez. Having to do with header implementation files, the big 26 is nuts. Oh yeah. Header source. I saw you were streaming 5 hours ago. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a whole work day. It's really good. I feel so refreshed. I feel awake. My headache's gone. Can you read that? The new line thing is definitely not working, by the way. I need rest. There's no rest until it all works perfectly. Hang on, where am I drawing render HUD system? Because you know what we could do? We could have a fucking progress bar. We'd have a fucking progress bar. Wow. We can do that. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Taking a break is overrated. Yeah. I don't know if this will be off screen. Guess I'll find out. Is that how ratios work? I guess it'll be the other way. Thing out of 100. Right? And now it's, I mean, it's not, obviously it's not interpolated, but we can do that. Isn't the point of a module system so you can import modules without thinking about it? That would be sick. Oh, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Wow. I see it's drawing exactly the thing I wanted it to do. Interesting. Interesting. The point in C+ feature. I don't know. Be nice. I don't like having to deal with problems. I'm gonna store this. Progress equals latest progress. I'm going to store private float. Float interpt progress 0. Just fucking around. I'm just fucking around. It's all chill. I don't know. Just making something up. Who's babooing me? Ah, it's because it's const. Oh dear. I can't not make it const. Alright, fuck it. You're not allowed to be interpolated. It was 30. You think they're gonna make a 30? Did Tommy just re-fucking post the shit that I posted? No, I didn't post the patch notes yet. My friends are talking about Apex Legends as if they will play with me. That would be nice. That's why I'm here. Oh, fuck. Level generator, get progress. Is there a way to interpolate like smoothly from the last value to the new value? I'd have to hold on to the last drawn value. Yeah, fuck it. Alright, I mean this is all well and good, isn't it? How about instead of... Oh, I guess you should keep this. Sorry about the Discord sounds, I'm really popular. Instead of red, what do you think a fun color is? How about green? And underneath that, we can draw like a fucking dark gray, which doesn't exist, we discovered, right? Like dark... We'd have to do like... what did we call it? Palette... Palette... Who's fucking DMing me? Palette dark gray, and then the front one can be palette green. No? Palette red, blue? Sure, why not? Who the fuck is messaging me? Where am I even getting these? I don't have Discord open. Oh, there's another window. That's just the boys. Right. I'll just show this more fun. Loading bar width equals yeah. Please take longer to load. You need to take longer to load. I can't test my stuff. Oh, here we go. It looks like it's not actually building anything. Hang on, why's that not drawing? This should... Okay. Oh! No, you should be minus 64. Whoops. I'm stupid. Who'd have thought? Okay. Perfect. If you want, I could even draw the other one. Eh? What am I doing? Oh! What am I doing? I've lost track of what I'm doing. Whee! Fuck you, Bitmass. Do your job. Yeah, I saw something. I don't know if it's off. That will take forever. Oh, it's actually not what I meant to do, but it does look cool. Isn't that neat? I don't know why quitting takes so long. I'm a little worried about that. I don't know why I call it distant. That was a bit weird. Isn't it annoying when your level just generates too quick? Oh, wow. That's way too big. Oh, it's because I increased the size of the main bar. It was just offset. Hey, I thought it looked good for a second. Oh, it's a progress bar. Well, that being said, you should just be progress bar width. Why am I spending time on this? I was going to make weapons today. Oh, isn't this kind of sick? It's too fast. You need to, like, take longer. Look at this. I mean, the top text is probably too big, but now it might take a while now. I guess most people care about the progress. That probably should be above them. No, this one does take a while. Whatever I just did is making it take a while. Which is good. It means I am testing it. This was the problem before, was like the game was crashing when you generated too big of a level. But now instead of crashing, it should actually just work. I guess while it's doing this, I can do some coding. Dude, if stuff doesn't... I don't know, I don't need to talk anymore, do I? You don't need me to talk, do you? It's not reticulating hard enough. I think it's because it's literally generating about the biggest map it possibly could. What happens if I hit escape? Can I still pause? Oh, maybe I've got the pause menu hidden right now. Probably for the best. Turn on the hitbox view. The frame rate's good. Alright, I'm gonna quit out of this. I think the giant text at the top looks stupid. If I don't return, and instead I draw the thing underneath, how much of a headache do you think people will get? Because I could totally just draw, like, a big circle over the big rectangle over the screen. I feel like this is going to give people a headache. If I did this with, like, a rectangle over the screen, it might look cool. I feel like I should put the progress bar just under progress. People love a progress bar, don't they? Why am I spending time on this? Anyway, I am still here. I don't know why. It's also like I've been working on this all fucking day and I don't know why. Kind of forgotten what I'm doing. You've been to the pub and back. That's nice. Did you enjoy yourself? Screen size X and Y, position 0. What am I doing? I just need tint, color, and position. I don't need texture. I don't need shader. Eh? You don't need to be like this. How do I make a fucking transparent one, huh? Color. There we go. What is a color? Is it between 1? What are you? Oh, thank God. Let's just make a transparent fucking black, I guess. I don't know, 150. I am dense. Whoops. Whoops. Get inlined. What's a friend shut up? Nice. I have now made my level generation code insanely fast. Don't know why, but I did. I can now generate these giant levels and we can watch this little progress bar. I should flip some of these. That's not right. That's not right! It's not right. Why are you minus 64? That's not it. That's not it at all. You should be at screen center. And then your friend, he should be just next to you at, I don't know, minus 16. You should be way down there. Okay, that looks sick. Hang on. Bam, 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 bam. Bam. It's taking not too long. Isn't that cool? I guess I could make placing enemies part of it. Making the Roomba extra tiles so big is like an insane idea. I don't know if it's actually a smart idea to have the main menu background here while we're doing this. I have a feeling that might cause problems, but looks okay, doesn't it? It actually should take longer if I make it go to the right. Why are you all to my left? It's kind of creepy. I guess the gen chance is 100%. It's too fast for me to like appreciate it, but I think it looks pretty good, right? This is like a level that you would never play, by the way. The actual game should take like 0 seconds. This is how it looks, by the way, if you just have a bunch of generation cycles. They split off in their own direction. If you were curious. Maybe 100 tunnels isn't that many. Player movement speed. I don't know why this bit of the tunnel's so thick. I'm guessing that's just the direction that the tunnels all took. If the level instead has like just a slight ability to turn. Yeah, there you go. I've made some horror. You guys like horrors beyond our dreams? That main nav area has 22,000 blocks in it. Wow. Oh yeah, the game was gonna have like gameplay and shit. Need a nap. Good night. Thanks for watching today. I hope you enjoyed your 7 hours work day. Oh, brother. Oh. Looks good though, right? It's fun because I can't actually tick anything off my Trello for this because this wasn't in my Trello. Oh. I should add a good defaults button. Add it, then lick it. Or tick it. Sorry, I'm too tired. I mean, the regular levels look good, right? And this is more mice than you should expect to see, but you know. I think the loading bar should maybe stay for like another second. Do you think like the game should like fade in and out on this screen? Because I think this constant flashing is going to tick me off every time I generate the levels, seeing this. Even though it's technically correct. I guess I could have it as a black screen instead. Like a fade in. Like maybe every level starts with a fade in. To do for next time. Alright, let's update our fucking Trello board. It's just like a work day, except... Well, make game fade in on start. What did we do today? Replace unordered set with array, rework recursive algos. I'm still kind of pissed that I don't know why the other algo didn't work. I don't know why it didn't work. I think I know why it didn't work. Never mind, I know why it didn't work. At least I worked it out in the end why it didn't work. Our non-recursive one didn't work because, like, based on the way, like, it would fucking, it might sometimes check this lad and then this lad and then this lad and then, like, it might be weird and it might be like, oh, I've got no fucking neighbors, and it would check fucking weirdly, so I didn't like it. Anyway, we gave up. Oh, replace map with set with array where possible. Demonstrate music. This isn't demonstrate. I guess the last music. Hello, user. I can't keep working. It's like 10 o'clock. It's been 7 hours. I don't even know if I do this. I definitely don't do this much coding on a work day. 7 hours straight without a break in the middle. I should probably eat. That'd be smart, wouldn't it? When do I start? It's 10. I start at 3. Oh, a little too late. Yeah, a lot of C++ a little too late. But also, they're a little too early, because every program on the planet seems to have been written with it, so they're both, isn't it? Jobs exist because programs exist, yeah? I'm so tired. I can't continue. You two should continue your conversation on Discord or something. It looked like you were having fun. Donut and Abdul. You should talk to each other and discover why there's a pair of scissors on my desk. I don't know. What was I doing with these? I don't know. I'm gonna go. I hope you liked it. This might be my longest programming stream since like COVID. Or maybe not, I don't know. I feel both accomplished and also like I've wasted my day. It's a great feeling. Because if I'd have done anything else, I would have been like, oh fuck, I wasted my day, I didn't do programming. Somehow by spending 7 hours optimizing my level generation when I'd planned on like making weapons and stuff, somehow I feel like things got away from me. That's how it is sometimes. I guess, but like, I had the day off and I just worked. Oh well. Anyway, bye. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I mean, not much happened. Like we did a good day. Like I did loads of work. We did loads of refactoring. So I'll do my git commit. Hey, redid level gen to be epic and async and great and cool. There you go, that's most of it. Alright. Good old GitHub. It got a lot faster. I could have played RuneScape for 7 hours. I think this was probably more valuable. Yeah, I would have easily played Apex for like 7 hours, but I think my friends are playing something else. Or whatever. Anyway. Good night. Bye-bye. See ya. What's playing? I'll just link you the playlist.